at the center of the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019, and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies, a stable political environment, and strong economic fundamentals. The government of Ghana is confident and optimistic about the positive results in its investment drive through the GIPC. We invite you to share in Ghana's optimism, be part of the incredible opportunities we offer, and be open to the idea to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
American Rejuvenation Clinic is a male's clinic, specifically for preventative medicine. We focus on anti-aging and also general men's health care. When it comes to anti-aging, we do offer hormonal replacement therapy. That is our specialty here. So that encompasses low testosterone or any estrogen or hormonal imbalances. And those also we treat secondary disorders, diabetes, any just generalized medical. We do not do surgeries or any type of inpatient treatments. This is an outpatient facility. American Rejuvenation, we're at our incubation period now. We had just started, we opened our doors up to the public in February of 2021. So now we're growing and we're trying to get the word out to everyone.
So far we've seen about, let's say, 500 patients. And our attendance and the response to the clinic has been phenomenal.
So coming here, part of the year return, it really opened my eyes to see the possibilities in healthcare here in Ghana. And my dream has always been to open a facility in Ghana regarding health. Not necessarily men's health, but I seen that there was a niche for the men's healthcare market. First time coming to Ghana was purely for tourism, and that was about 5 years ago. The year of return in particular, when it came to me and a few of our directors, it really sparked a light underneath us. We've seen a lot of businesses, a lot of energy here in Ghana, and it really inspired us to get started here as a company. The mortality rate in Ghana right now currently is suffering. The men are living shorter periods of life, and this is compared also to their counterparts. Women are living longer lifespans, so we decided to focus in on men's health care. And also, as far as hormonal replacement therapy, we are bringing those expertise from the United States, which is not something that's been well publicized here in Ghana.
We have male hormonal problems, especially testosterone levels dropping. We have stuff like prostate enlarging as men age and get to the age of 40 and above. People even have erectile dysfunction. We try to solve that. Male reproduction and other general conditions.
We started off with a small team of maybe about 8 individuals. Now that's grown up to 20 plus employees, and we plan on scaling up even more. We would love to be able to franchise and start to expand and employ more people. We thought it was very important to hire Ghanaian staff and not export people from the United States to come and fill jobs that we know Ghanaians are qualified to do.
The clinic has embarked on several outreach programs, including a visit to the Islegon Executive Fitness Club, the Achimota Fitness Club, and then the Soman Fitness Club. We're able to pick patients with problems just following up and they've been very satisfied with most of the advice and treatment that we've offered them so far.
I originated out of Columbus, Ohio, in the United States. I am a diasporan now. I hope to stay in Ghana long-term, period. Ghana is night and day from the U.S. I really feel the energy here, and this is where I want to call my home. The energy that I felt from Ghana was different from any other West African country that I've been to. I felt more welcome here. The people felt a lot more friendly, and I've seen even just from business connections, things seem to move a lot smoother here. I'm not going to make up things and say that everything is smooth, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives. As far as competition, there's a lot of room for someone to come in and start a new business or an idea that has not yet surfaced. Have somebody with a business mind. This is an opportunity to fix the problems with businesses to put in place to fix those issues. This is to all the diaspora community all across the world. Ghana is the place for business growth. It's the place to bring your new business here. I'm calling everyone to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
So Mensa Park is a collaboration between two companies, a US-based firm and our firm Mercury Estates. We partnered to deliver 200 townhouses, and you can see the units behind me. It's pretty unique for this part of the world to build a community-scale townhouse development. This type of collaboration allows us to put in common areas like a park in the middle of the development. We're looking at community-scale water delivery, which is unique in Ghana. There's security features as well. So you've got a gated community with manned 24-hour security. And there's a quality standard that we've been able to achieve with Mensa that's been world-class. We've got 200 units, or townhouses, mostly. So you've got 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and we also have a few flats as well, 1-bedroom with studies. And it's a mix. We've got folks that have come back from the diaspora that have bought units here. Some are buying to let. We've got investors who are renting in the development. And then we've got a young professional, young family contingent who are really enjoying the amenities, the swimming pool, the basketball courts, the clubhouse. For me, I kind of sit between the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, having been born abroad. But when I first stepped foot in Ghana, I was blown away with the potential and also the opportunity. As someone who's lived as a Black American, as a minority in a different country, the idea of being able to participate in the Ghanaian story, where it's not just a question of representation, but actual transformation. That there's an opportunity here as a business person to do something that's extraordinarily meaningful. This is a $30 million development. You can imagine the amount of employment that was created. By increasing the level of the standard, we're also upskilling the workforce. You know, that there are guys that are coming home to their families very proud to have been part of a development like this. And it's changed their attitude toward work. It's changed the standard in the country. And I think also it's the kind of thing that attracts a certain caliber of people to the country who can also make an impact and a difference. I'm actually really excited about affordable housing as well. So I think it's not just about catering to the upper middle class. It's also, the entire value chain in the housing industry in Ghana requires investment and talent, both locally and abroad. I've been back here full time for 17 years. We started this development about 6 years ago, and we've just wrapped up the construction. We've finished sales towards the beginning of this year as well. So it's been quite a journey. Our focus has been on land. Land can be a tricky issue in Ghana in terms of acquiring land and making sure you've got clean title. But once you're able to do that, it becomes very attractive to different types of investors, people who just are not looking for the headache that's often associated with land tenure. that if they feel they can come to you and they trust that you're able to deliver what you say you can. So from kind of at the macro level, I think we've been able to set a new standard for real estate in the country. And that has a knock-on effect across the industry. That oftentimes the kind of quality that we're able to deliver for a $150,000 price point, people typically in Accra, we're seeing this quality standard at a $500,000 price point. So it's really gratifying to be able to deliver a quality product at a better price and also increasing the densities. You know, in terms of impact, from a land use perspective, there's not an infinite amount of land in Ghana. So if you can get people to find properties that are more appealing, but are more efficient with the land use, that's a win for the environment. That's a win for society because you actually are inspiring a different type of community interaction. That it's not just folks with big houses behind gates, but you've got folks that are living a little bit closer together and really developing a sense of community. I think there's something unique that the diaspora can bring to the table, particularly in Ghanaian diasporans coming back and reaching out to the larger historical diaspora. That there's a huge amount of interest in Ghana, particularly on the back of the Year of the Return story. I would say the most compelling reason to invest in Ghana is the quality of the people. There's an extraordinary spirit in Ghana. There are extraordinarily capable folks, and there's a culture that embraces entrepreneurship. Ghana is the kind of place that rewards and long-term investment. So as someone who's benefited from collaboration here in Ghana, I urge the entire diaspora community, both the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Golden Coast Developers is an international and national-based real estate development firm with multi-sector involvement in technology and procurement. I would say we're predominantly a new entrant into the market, but in terms of the growth prospects, we're doing medium-scale projects throughout Ghana currently. I was predominantly in America for about 12 years, working on Wall Street. I was at the top of, I'd say, the financial sector when it came to my work arrangements. But what really called me about the African story was I wanted to be a part of the new growth prospects. I wanted to be a part of the ground build out for all things that were going forward in Ghana and Africa at large. So I decided to come back in 2017, and initially we kicked off our real estate portfolio, but we've gotten ourselves into a few other things as well. And there's nothing more real than real estate, so that was what drove me to step in the arena. We really came in looking to do the home automation, the smart features, and that was something that was not traditional. We've infused technology in our overall platform. So our goal was to ensure that when you live in a house, you have more than just the walls around you. You can experience the home, you have sensory, you come home, the mood is set. All of those characteristics are very acclimated to the new modern way of thinking. We're not only doing residential, we're not only looking at luxury, we're branching out into overall redevelopment schemes. We're talking about markets. We're looking to build out large-scale shopping complexes that would really give broader opportunities to people in Ghana and then Africa at large over time. In our portfolio, we have direct staff, about 35, and hundreds of people working for us on our various site projects currently. And I think it's very important that you create these opportunities and you manifest your dreams, your life in other people's goals as well. All of our previous investors, buyers have been very, very happy with the output that we've been putting out there. And I've seen over a very short period of time, the 3 to 4 years we've been in operation, constant engagement with the folks that we're currently affiliated with. And our project portfolio has grown because of this. For the GIPC registration and the overall involvement with GIPC, it's really just getting us woven into the fiber of the business community and looking at it as a framework to leverage not just incentives and different initiatives that come down the pipe, but also to be knit into the family and the network, as well as the databases that GIPC has. It's a wealth of information, and all of that, the key to operating in Ghana and Africa at large is being able to access information. I would say the best decision that diasporans can make is to really follow their calling. And if something has woken them up to the opportunities that exist in Ghana, on the continent, they should really look at it, plan it out, sequence it, but definitely engage themselves in that. There's nothing that I think would drive me to go back and work in the corporate structure and look at how the world is positioned today, when I can actually build that for myself in Africa. And Ghana itself has given a wealth of opportunity to set up businesses, to register and have people associated with you that are as driven as you are. And I think everything a diasporan will be looking for creature conveniences, over time will be here. So why don't you come and be a solution rather than looking at the problems that don't exist or do exist? Being a diasporan myself and having been in Ghana for only a number of years, it's the best decision that I ever made for myself. I'll never look back and say I didn't take a risk, but that risk has paid off, and I'm very, very happy about that. Alexa, turn on lights.
Okay.
Alexa, turn on TV.
Okay.
Alexa, open the blinds.
Okay.
Golden Coast Developers is an example of a business thriving in Ghana. It hasn't been easy, but we've really found our footing, and we're doing this for ourselves. So I call on all diasporans to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Located at the center of the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019, and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies, a stable political environment, and strong economic fundamentals. The government of Ghana is confident and optimistic about the positive results in its investment drive through the GIPC. We invite you to share in Ghana's optimism, be part of the incredible opportunities we offer, and be open to the idea to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
American Rejuvenation Clinic is a male's clinic specifically for preventative medicine. We focus on anti-aging and also general men's health care. When it comes to anti-aging, we do offer hormonal replacement therapy. That is our specialty here. So that encompasses low testosterone or any estrogen or hormonal imbalances. And those also we treat secondary disorders, diabetes, any just generalized medical. We do not do surgeries or any type of inpatient treatments. This is an outpatient facility. American Rejuvenation, we're at our incubation period now. We had just started, we opened our doors up to the public in February of 2021. So now we're growing and we're trying to get the word out to everyone.
So far, we've seen about, let's say, 500 patients, and our attendance and their response to the clinic has been phenomenal.
So coming here, part of the year return, it really opened my eyes to see the possibilities in healthcare here in Ghana. And my dream has always been to open a facility in Ghana regarding health. Not necessarily men's health, but I seen that there was a niche for the men's healthcare market. First time coming to Ghana was purely for tourism, and that was about 5 years ago. The year of return in particular, when it came to me and a few of our directors, it really sparked a light underneath us. We've seen a lot of businesses, a lot of energy here in Ghana, and it really inspired us to get started here as a company. The mortality rate in Ghana right now currently is suffering. The men are living shorter periods of life, and this is compared also to their counterparts. Women are living longer lifespans. So we decided to focus in on men's health care. And also, as far as hormonal replacement therapy, we are bringing those expertise from the United States, which is not something that's been well publicized here in Ghana.
We have male hormonal problems, especially testosterone levels dropping. We have stuff like prostate enlargement as men age and get to the age of 40 and above. People even have erectile dysfunction. We try to solve that. Male reproduction and other general conditions.
We started off with a small team of maybe about 8 individuals. Now that's grown up to 20 plus employees, and we plan on scaling up even more. We would love to be able to franchise and start to expand and employ more people. We thought it was very important to hire Ghanaian staff and not export people from the United States to come and fill jobs that we know Ghanaians are qualified to do.
The clinic has embarked on several outreach programs, including the visit to the Islegon Executive Fitness Club, the Achimota Fitness Club, and then the Asomang Fitness Club. We're able to pick patients with problems just following up, and they've been very satisfied with most of the advice and the treatment that we've offered them so far.
I originated out of Columbus, Ohio in the United States. I am a diasporan now. I hope to stay in Ghana long-term, period. Ghana is night and day from the US. I really feel the energy here, and this is where I want to call my home. The energy that I felt from Ghana was different from any other West African country that I've been to. I felt more welcome here. The people felt a lot more friendly, and I've seen even just from business connections, things seem to move a lot smoother here. I'm not going to make up things and say that everything is smooth, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives. As far as competition, there's a lot of room for someone to come in and start a new business or an idea that has not yet surfaced. Have somebody with a business mind. This is an opportunity to fix the problems with businesses to put in place to fix those issues. This is to all the diaspora community all across the world. Ghana is the place for business growth. It's the place to bring your new business here. I'm calling everyone to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
So Imensa Park is a collaboration between 2 companies, a US-based firm and our firm Mercury Estates. We partnered to deliver 200 townhouses, and you can see the units behind me. It's pretty unique for this part of the world to build a community-scale townhouse development. This type of collaboration allows us to put in common areas like a park in the middle of the development. We're looking at community-scale water delivery, which is unique in Ghana. There's security features as well. So you've got a gated community with manned 24-hour security. And there's a quality standard that we've been able to achieve with Imensa that's been world-class. We've got 200 units or townhouses mostly. So you've got 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, and we also have a few flats as well, 1-bedroom with studies. And it's a mix. We've got folks that have come back from the diaspora that have bought units here. Some are buying to let. We've got investors who are renting in the development. And then we've got a young professional, young family contingent who are really enjoying the amenities, the swimming pool, the basketball courts, the clubhouse. For me, I kind of sit between the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, having been born abroad. But when I first stepped foot in Ghana, I was blown away with the potential and also the opportunity. As someone who's lived as a Black American, as a minority in a different country, the idea of being able to participate in the Ghanaian story, where it's not just a question of representation, but actual transformation. That there's an opportunity here as a business person to do something that's extraordinarily meaningful. This is a $30 million development. You can imagine the amount of employment that was created. By increasing the level of the standard, we're also upskilling the workforce. You know, that there are guys that are coming home to their families very proud to have been part of a development like this. And it's changed their attitude toward work. It's changed the standard in the country. And I think also it's the kind of thing that attracts a certain caliber of people to the country who can also make an impact and a difference. I'm actually really excited about affordable housing as well. So I think it's not just about catering to the upper middle class. It's also, I mean, the entire value chain in the housing industry in Ghana requires investment and talent, both locally and abroad. I've been back here full time for 17 years. We started this development about 6 years ago, and we've just wrapped up the construction. We've finished sales towards the beginning of this year as well. So it's been quite a journey. Our focus has been on land. Land can be a tricky issue in Ghana in terms of acquiring land and making sure you've got clean title. But once you're able to do that, it becomes very attractive to different types of investors, people who just are not looking for the headache that's often associated with land tenure, that if they feel they can come to you and they trust that you're able to deliver what you say you can. So from kind of at the macro level, I think we've been able to set a new standard for real estate in the country. And that has a knock-on effect across the industry. That oftentimes the kind of quality that we're able to deliver for a $150,000 price point, people typically in Accra, we're seeing this quality standard at a $500,000 price point. So it's really gratifying to be able to deliver a quality product at a better price and also increasing the densities. You know, in terms of impact, from a land use perspective, there's not an infinite amount of land in Ghana. So if you can get people to find properties that are more appealing, but are more efficient with the land use, that's a win for the environment. That's a win for society because you actually are inspiring a different type of community interaction. That it's not just folks with big houses behind gates, but you've got folks that are living a little bit closer together and really developing a sense of community. I think there's something unique that the diaspora can bring to the table, particularly in Ghanaian diasporans coming back and reaching out to the larger historical diaspora. That there's a huge amount of interest in Ghana, particularly on the back of the Year of the Return story. I would say the most compelling reason to invest in Ghana is the quality of the people. There's an extraordinary spirit in Ghana. There are extraordinarily capable folks, and there's a culture that embraces entrepreneurship. Ghana is the kind of place that rewards and long-term investment. So as someone who's benefited from collaboration here in Ghana, I urge the entire diaspora community, both the historical diaspora and the continental diaspora, to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
Golden Coast Developers is an international and national based real estate development firm with multi-sector involvement in technology and procurement. I would say we're predominantly a new entrant into the market, but in terms of the growth prospects, we're doing medium-scale projects throughout Ghana currently. I was predominantly in America for about 12 years, working on Wall Street. I was at the top of, I'd say, the financial sector when it came to my work arrangements. But what really called me about the African story was I wanted to be a part of the new growth prospects. I wanted to be a part of the ground build out for all things that were going forward in Ghana and Africa at large. So I decided to come back in 2017, and initially we kicked off our real estate portfolio, but we've gotten ourselves into a few other things as well. And there's nothing more real than real estate, so that was what drove me to step in the arena. We really came in looking to do the home automation, the smart features, and that was something that was not traditional. We've infused technology in our overall platform. So our goal was to ensure that when you live in a house, you have more than just the walls around you. You can experience the home, you have sensory, you come home, the mood is set. All of those characteristics are very acclimated to the new modern way of thinking. We're not only doing residential, we're not only looking at luxury, we're branching out into overall redevelopment schemes. We're talking about markets. We're looking to build out large-scale shopping complexes that would really give broader opportunities to people in Ghana and then Africa at large over time. In our portfolio, we have direct staff, about 35, and hundreds of people working for us on our various site projects currently. And I think it's very important that you create these opportunities and you manifest your dreams, your life in other people's goals as well. All of our previous investors, buyers have been very, very happy with the output that we've been putting out there. And I've seen over a very short period of time, the 3 to 4 years we've been in operation, constant engagement with the folks that we're currently affiliated with. And our project portfolio has grown because of this. For the GIPC registration and the overall involvement with GIPC, it's really just getting us woven into the fiber of the business community and looking at it as a framework to leverage not just incentives and different initiatives that come down the pipe, but also to be knit into the family and the network, as well as the databases that GIPC has. It's a wealth of information, and all of that, the key to operating in Ghana and Africa at large is being able to access information. I would say the best decision that diasporans can make is to really follow their calling. And if something has woken them up to the opportunities that exist in Ghana, on the continent, they should really look at it, plan it out, sequence it, but definitely engage themselves in that. There's nothing that I think would drive me to go back and work in the corporate structure and look at how the world is positioned today, when I can actually build that for myself in Africa. And Ghana itself has given a wealth of opportunity to set up businesses, to register and have people associated with you that are as driven as you are. And I think everything a diasporan will be looking for creature conveniences, over time will be here. So why don't you come and be a solution rather than looking at the problems that don't exist or do exist? Being a diasporan myself and having been in Ghana for only a number of years, it's the best decision that I ever made for myself. I'll never look back and say I didn't take a risk, but that risk has paid off, and I'm very, very happy about that. Alexa, turn on lights.
Okay.
Alexa, turn on TV.
Okay.
Alexa, open the blinds.
Okay.
Golden Coast Developers is an example of a business thriving in Ghana. It hasn't been easy, but we've really found our footing, and we're doing this for ourselves. So I call on all diasporans to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
na snow mu airport juma. And I want to Ghana. Say sika media send. What kind of thing is this?
Create a group on Chango with your family and friends. Keep track of all the funds you send to them and know exactly what the funds are used for. Chango is approved by Bank of Ghana. Call +233 270 066 614 or visit changoapp.com for more information.
Hey, now Kwesi, anyone else who no?
Pops, modern problems require modern solutions.
Chango, the smarter way to send money.
the world, Ghana is the best investment destination in West Africa and ranks as West Africa's first in the Ease of Doing Business Report 2019. It was projected as one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with a growth rate of 6.8% in 2019, and has been declared as Africa's new bright spot after being ranked 4th in the world and 1st in Africa in the 2019 Global Retail Development Index. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ghana is creating the linkages that will make it the gateway to Africa, aided by dynamic policies, a stable political environment, and strong economic fundamentals. The government of Ghana is confident and optimistic about the positive results in its investment drive through the GIPC. We invite you to share in Ghana's optimism, be part of the incredible opportunities we offer, and be open to the idea to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
American Rejuvenation Clinic is a male's clinic, specifically for preventative medicine. We focus on anti-aging and also general men's health care. When it comes to anti-aging, we do offer hormonal replacement therapy. That is our specialty here. So that encompasses low testosterone or any estrogen or hormonal imbalances. And those also we treat secondary disorders, diabetes, any just generalized medical. We do not do surgeries or any type of inpatient treatments. This is an outpatient facility. American Rejuvenation, we're at our incubation period now. We had just started, we opened our doors up to the public in February of 2021. So now we're growing and we're trying to get the word out to everyone.
So far we've seen about, let's say, 500 patients, and our attendance and the response to the clinic has been phenomenal.
So coming here, part of the year return, it really opened my eyes to see the possibilities in healthcare here in Ghana. And my dream has always been to open a facility in Ghana regarding health. Not necessarily men's health, but I've seen that there was a niche for the men's healthcare market. First time coming to Ghana was purely for tourism, and that was about 5 years ago. The year of return in particular, when it came to me and a few of our directors, it really sparked a light underneath us. We've seen a lot of businesses, a lot of energy here in Ghana, and it really inspired us to get started here as a company. The mortality rate in Ghana right now currently is suffering. The men are living shorter periods of life, and this is compared also to their counterparts. Women are living longer lifespans, so we decided to focus in on men's health care. And also, as far as hormonal replacement therapy, we are bringing those expertise from the United States, which is not something that's been well publicized here in Ghana.
We have male hormonal problems, especially testosterone levels dropping. We have stuff like prostate enlarging as men age and get to the age of 40 and above. People even have erectile dysfunction. We try to solve that. Male reproduction and other general conditions.
We started off with a small team of maybe about 8 individuals. Now that's grown up to 20 plus employees, and we plan on scaling up even more. We would love to be able to franchise and start to expand and employ more people. We thought it was very important to hire Ghanaian staff and not export people from the United States to come and fill jobs that we know Ghanaians are qualified to do.
The clinic has embarked on several outreach programs, including the visit to the Islegon Executive Fitness Club, the Achimota Fitness Club, and then the Soman Fitness Club. We're able to pick patients with problems, just following up and they've been very satisfied with most of the advice and the treatment that we've offered them so far.
I originated out of Columbus, Ohio, in the United States.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing this morning? How's everybody doing this morning? Awesome, awesome. I know it's early in the morning. I want you to give yourself a round of applause for being here this morning. Definitely a beautiful day, and we want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Welcome to the Ghanaian Canadian Diaspora Investment Summit. You're blessed to be here today. Right now, please, if you are in the back, I would like to ask all the vendors to please come inside. Everybody in the hallway, please come and have a seat, and let's start the occasion. Please and thank you. I go by the name MC Afro. My Ghanaian name is Richmond Bonsu. My original Ghana name, which is my soul name, which in Ghana we call my Kradin, is Kwejo Barema Bonsu. So today, if you're here, you're going to learn your Ghana name before you leave here. And if, by show of hands, who here have been to Ghana before? Okay, awesome. We have a few people that have been to Ghana. And if you haven't been to Ghana, this is your chance to learn about Ghana, learn about the opportunities that Ghana has to present. And we want to thank the GIPC for putting this wonderful event together. And before we start, I want to acknowledge some distinguished guests that are here from Ghana. His Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botre, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration from Ghana, is in the house. Please give her a round of applause. We also have the Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada, His Honorable Excellency Ray Aslam Sowa, also in the house. We have the Minister of Information from Ghana, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, also in the house. We also have the Minister for Communications from Ghana, Honorable Ursula Owusu Ekufu, in the house. We have the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture Ghana, Honorable Awal Ibrahim Mohammed, also in the house. We have the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Ghana, Honorable Mavis Howard Kumson, also in the house. We have the Chief Executive Officer of the GIPC, which is the Ghana Investment Promotion Office. The officer himself, Mr. R. Yofi Grant, in the house. We also have the Board Chairman for the Ghana Investment Promotion Office, Mr. Alex Dede, in the house. Dede? Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. We also have the Ghana Free Zones Authority CEO, Mr. Michael Okwe, in the house. We also have the Board Chairman of the Ghana Exim Bank, also in the house, Mr. Kwadwo Boateng Jemfi, in the house. And we have the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Ghana Exim Bank, also in the house. And ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Executive Officer, yes, of the Ghana Exim Bank, Miss Rosemary Barrow Adom Oshri. Oh, the CEO himself is also here. Please give us a wave. Thank you very much for your presence. And without the help of these wonderful sponsors that helped with this event, this wouldn't be possible. I want to each and every one of you to take out your booklet because this program is also virtual. There is a code right here. Please take out your phone, scan it, share it on your social media right now. If you're not following GIPC, please, go on your Instagram right now and follow GIPC. As we know, since the pandemic happened, this has been the opportunity for all of us to learn about virtual, way to go digital. And please follow us at GIPC Ghana. Please also on Facebook at Ghana GIPC. Once again, if you're not following us on social media, it's GIPC Ghana. And if you're on Facebook, we're live right now, streaming all across the world. To all our Ghana family and all our supporters and friends of Ghana watching across the globe on social media, we say Akwabo, welcome. Welcome, welcome to Canada, and all our people that came all the way from Ghana, the businesses that are in the hallway. We're going to have the opportunity to learn about the different business opportunities that we have in Ghana. If you look in the booklet as well, there is also some of the diplomats we have here. We have their bios in the book. Please take time to learn about them. If you're here today, get to meet somebody. Get to also know about the proposed projects that they have in there. Amazing, amazing projects about development opportunities, expansion of farm facilities, data and science, also into processing factory, coconut recycling factory. Many, many different opportunities for you to learn and get involved with the motherland. Why Ghana though? Ghana is the gateway to Africa, and I'm not going to talk too long because we're running behind schedule a little bit, but I thank each and every one of you for being here. So right about now, since you're here, I want you to take this opportunity to greet somebody that's sitting next to you. Introduce yourself, shake a hand, say hello. Hey, my name is Richmond. Let me come down and meet somebody. I haven't met you yet. How you doing, sir? What's your name? Soa? Soa, Mr. Oh, awesome. I haven't got the chance to meet you yet. I'm going to be coming to your office very soon. Nice to meet you. Awesome. I just met the High Commissioner, Mr. Soa. Nice to meet you. As I told him, I'll be coming to Ottawa to visit you. Definitely very, very, very soon. And one thing I want each one of you to do, please, can everybody stand up on your feet? Let's get some energy and let's get our body stretched out, because I know it's a little, the weather is switching up from the summer, but we're definitely feeling warm. I want you to feel like you are on Accra Beach right now. You are no longer in Toronto. This room has turned to Ghana right now. Get to know somebody. Akwaba, welcome to the Diaspora Investment Summit. Get to know somebody. And for those that do not know your Ghana name, introduce yourself. Tell them your Ghana name. I'm Kwajo. Thank you, everybody, for the moment in greeting somebody. And as you get to remember, this is a networking event. As you network and you get to know somebody, exchange numbers, follow each other on social media, get to know the person's name, their business, what they do. We are here to network. Do not be shy. Get to know somebody. It only takes a moment like this for you to learn the opportunities that you could build with somebody. How you doing, sir? My name is Fusi. What's your name? Once again, please take the booklet, go to the back of the booklet, take out your phone, scan the code in the back, and connect with us. The code in the back. Make sure you scan and make sure you connect with us on the social media. A big, big, big thank you to the Canada-Ghana Chamber of Commerce, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ghana High Commissioner's Office, the Diaspora Office. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much for this opportunity. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to have more chance to talk some more. And so please, we would like everybody to get back to their seats so we can go in the order of the program. Thank you all for being such amazing participants. I love participants like yourself when you come to an event, that you're not shy to greet somebody, get to know somebody. And so, before we get into the program, I would like to once again acknowledge Mr. Lawrence Ajisan, the CEO of Ghana Exim Bank. Thank you so much for your support. The sponsors of this event is the Ghana Stock Exchange, Hexagram, KGL Group, IT Consortium, Albrim Microfinance, Albrim Forex Bureau, Albrim, the Peregrine Properties as well. Thank you very much for sponsoring this event. And a big, big, big thank you to the GIPC once again for making this event possible. And the beautiful thing about it is that everything was sponsored, everything is free. For those that did not have breakfast this morning, don't worry. We're going to break into the breakfast session very, very soon. It's going to be some coffee, some tea, some 1212 for you to enjoy. In the meantime, before we start the program, since we are in Canada, and this is a Ghana-funded program, we would like to start the occasion by playing the national anthem of Ghana and Canada. May we rise, please. That was the Canadian national anthem, and now the Ghana national anthem. Yes, you may be seated. Once again, thank each and every one of you for being here on time. We're going to get the program going. Right about now, in all things, we say we give thanks to God. We thank God for his traveling mercies for all of you that traveled all the way from Ghana to be here safely with us. Without no further ado, I'd like to call on the head of the Ghanaian Canadian Clergy Association and also the head of the Anglican Church of Toronto, Father Kenneth Corser to bless the occasion. Please give him a round of applause.
I don't know why he chose to give me a very big post. I'm just the priest of the Ghanaian Anglican Church, and as for that big post, you let them eject me from the group. And so, before we begin, I want all of us to bow our heads, and for just a moment, can you say your own prayer as to what you want to have or attain in this gathering and beyond? So for a brief moment, shall we bow our heads and you say your own prayer? And so we thank you, Lord Jesus, for the gift of an opportunity to connect for the well-being of our country and even for ourselves. May these deliberations bring life to every aspect of our being, our communities, our countries. May businesses connect. May plans be fulfilled. And may our agenda today and tomorrow come to fruition in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Father Corser. Give him a round of applause, please. So, we would like to have our welcome address by Mr. Yofi Grant, the CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Currently hosting the Secretariat of African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, Ghana has officially become the commercial and trade hub of Africa. The country occupies a top spot in West Africa for the ease of doing business, providing investors an enabling business environment backed by strong economic fundamentals, dynamic policies, and political stability. Gold, cocoa, and oil form the cornerstone of Ghana's economy, while its impressive urbanization has pushed us to fourth in the world and first in Africa in the Global Retail Development Index. Even with the global economic recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Bank has projected Ghana's growth to average 5.1% yearly in 2021 to 2023, following some ingenious policies rolled out by the government. Ghana remains the gateway to Africa, favorably positioned at the center of the world and easily accessible to all parts of the world by flight. The overall friendly nation is a land of opportunity, full of optimism and open for business. Ghana is home to some of the continent's fast development fintech companies, growing and attracting investments from across the globe. The nation's commitment to talent development, infrastructure expansion, and strong support for innovation continuously attracts large global tech corporations such as Google and Twitter. Ghana enjoys a high degree of connectivity with one of the highest mobile voice and data penetration rates. Ghana's agriculture and agro-processing sector benefits from an abundant supply of natural resources, including diverse plant, animal, and marine life. The West African country is the world's second largest producer of cocoa, churning out an average of 850,000 tons of beans annually. Strong policies like the Planting for Food and Jobs, agric modernization, and industrialization continues to accelerate growth and diversification in the sector. The Ghanaian manufacturing sector benefits from a raft of policies aimed at sparking a new industrial revolution. The new automotive policy has seen the offering of an automobile hub with renowned car makers such as VW, Toyota, Sinotruk, and others assembling vehicles locally. Meanwhile, the One District, One Factory initiative, coupled with a friendly business environment, has led to the rapid setup and expansion of factories across the country. Ghana is one of the world's minerally rich sites. It ranks first in Africa for gold mining and 7th globally. Southern Ghana is regarded as one of the world's most prolific gold discovery zones in the world, with large deposits of bauxite, diamond, and manganese are also extracted in Ghana. Ghana is set to become the first West African lithium producer with an estimated production of 2 million tons per annum. As production continues to rise, the government aims to build up its refining capacity in order to capitalize on its mineral wealth. As a fast-growing oil and gas producer, Ghana's petroleum industry offers investment opportunities ranging from exploration and discovery to refining and marketing. With 3 offshore oil and gas fields, namely the Jubilee Field, the Trinidad and Yenra in Tom Fields, and the Sankofa Field. Ghana's oil production is estimated to go up to 500,000 barrels per day by 2024. The Ghanaian government has prioritized infrastructure development as a foundation for economic growth, driving significant investment into the sector. The government is working on a combination of track restoration and expansion, as well as the building of entirely new train lines to increase the coverage of railway in the country, while 11,000 kilometers of roads has also been earmarked for construction across the country. The nation's Kotoka Airport is ranked as the best in service quality in Africa for the size of 2 to 5 million passengers. Meanwhile, the country's main port, the Tema Port, is one of the largest in Africa, with a capacity to handle 3.5 million 20-foot equivalent units. Ghana's booming economy, expanding trade footprint, and population generates a steady stream for the demand of goods and services, driving growth in the services sector. This sector has over the years seen rapid development to becoming a major employer with over 42% contribution to the country's GDP. Industry players anticipate a rapid expansion in the e-commerce space, while considerable growth is expected in modern retailing as consumer demand increases. Ghana entices visitors from all walks of life with some of the world's most historic forts, delectable cuisine, beautiful beaches, and diverse culture. The successes chalked in the year of return has made Ghana a top travel and investment destination for Africans in the diaspora. Ghana's creative industry ecosystem is one of the most innovative, cost-effective, and talented on the continent. The nation's creative art portfolio is undeniably diverse, cutting across music, art, film, and fashion. The industry has taken an added significance as the work of artists become more visible to the world. Ghana's healthcare sector is rapidly evolving thanks to significant infrastructure investment, increased insurance coverage, and growing private sector developments. Through significant investment in the pharmaceutical industry and healthcare delivery, the country made remarkable strides in tackling the COVID-19 health pandemic. Meanwhile, Zipline, a medical drone delivery company, has stepped in to help meet the immediate needs of communities and healthcare specialists in rural areas. Indeed, Ghana still remains a land of opportunities, full of optimism about an exciting future. We are open for business and we invite you to come, grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
And with that, I say a very, maybe I should say a very warm welcome. We've brought a little bit of heat from Ghana for you, sir. A very warm welcome to this function this morning, which is organized under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, but in partnership with a number of very key ministers who are here today. And I would like to recognize them. I would also like to recognize Mr. Marcel Lebleu. I hope I said it in its right word, yes. Who is the Director General, West and Central Africa, Global Affairs, Canada. And he will deliver some remarks on behalf of the Canadian government. I would like to also recognize, first of all, the Minister for Communication, my dear sister Esla. Communications and digitalization, yes, to put it rightly in the right perspective. And my brother Awal Mohammed, who is Minister for Tourism and Arts and Culture. And another brother from another mother, Kojo Nkrumah, who is the Minister of Information. And also like to recognize the Ghana High Commissioner to Canada, Anthem, who is another brother. We have very large families in Ghana, so I'm sure you all know that. And then, of course, my as I say, my ride or die, my chairman of GIPC, Alex Dade, who is also an entrepreneur. And then, of course, members of our board who are seated there, Robert, Ahumkalinse, Kojo, and our board members, if we could just give them a wave. They travel with us to make sure we are on point and we carry the message, and they do a lot of the work for us. But also, we have here Mr. Lawrence Ajinsem, who is CEO of the Ghana Export Exim Bank, Ghana Exim Bank, should I say. And then Mr. Kwesi Ajiman, who is the CEO of the Ghana Tourist Authority. But we have so many people here that I don't think I can recognize all. Just assume that your importance is established. And you are here because you recognize a very important mission of ours. I mean, I keep saying that Ghana is just one of those countries that has this mystical allure of attraction. And very often when people come to Ghana, despite everything, they come and they just get stuck. Because something there holds you. I remember as a child, I had a godfather who was British, and he had been living in Ghana longer than I had lived then. And he says, I make a very keen observation in Ghana. And I was a young boy, so I barely understood what he was saying. And he says, this country just has something. But all I can say is that in this country, you think with your hearts. And it was a very powerful statement. I mean, never mind that today it will have a lot of intellectual debate about it. But it just tells you that we are people of heart. We are people of courage, we have resilience, and we are very happy people. And so we are happy to be here with you. And it's important also, and I need to establish that this is a diaspora roadshow, really. A couple of months back, we were in the United States of America, and we recognized that the power of the diaspora can never be assumed. And every year, Ghana recognizes at least $4.5 billion of inward remittances from the diaspora. Now, that is much more than we've borrowed as a country lately, I mean, in any single year. It's also much more than foreign direct investment that we directly be able to attract. So it's a very powerful tool de force that can actually add to the economy, the growth of the economy of Ghana. And the government, led by His Excellency the President, has declared that he's going to find and establish the right channels to engage the diaspora in the whole debate as well as the development of the economy. And so my duty today is to, first of all, welcome you to this, tell you what opportunities exist, and let's just engage. Because these are times in the world where the engagement is much more important than just the conversations and the greetings. So with that, I say a very good morning to you. And I do apologize for starting late. Like I said, we think with our hearts. So we need to satisfy our hearts first. But I would like, first of all, to just give a few comments about the Ghana-Canada relations. I'm told there are quite a number of Ghanaians and Africans in the diaspora in Canada. Many of them in Nova Scotia, but all over, spread all over. The Ghana-Canada relationships go back as far as 1906, when the Quebec missionaries established a worship center in Navrungo in the north of Ghana. And when I first got this fact, I said, wow, how did they get there? Because Navrungo is a far away place from the city, but they were there. And that shows a certain commitment for somebody to come all that way far into the hottest part of Ghana to stay shows a certain level of commitment that they had initially that they came there. And in 1957, Ghana became the first nation in Africa to receive aid from Canada. I'm sure many people don't know that. And it has since then received more than $2.5 billion in aid, according to the Canadian High Commission. But in the recent times, particularly in the recent years, the two countries continue to demonstrate strong relationships immersed in historic ties and shaped by shared values, diplomacy, and global partnerships. I mean, I have to, at this point, declare that I have a certain special relationship with Canada because my two daughters were educated here and are still here. So I've been coming in and out all the time. And actually, the person responsible for that is a Ghanaian Canadian who is sitting right here. And thank you very much, Jen. She's a professional working here with many years and also looking at how she can contribute to the Ghanaian development. And I hope that all of you, by the end of this day, would have a certain attraction of coming back, perhaps not to stay, but coming back to assist build back stronger and better. Because that is the path on which the Ghana government and the people of Ghana are in. In terms of trade and investment, there is a very cordial relationship between the two countries. I mean, Ghana has been a major supplier of commodities like cocoa, rubber, processed fruits and nuts, and aluminum to the Canadian market. And over the past 25 years, the exports to Canada from Ghana have increased at an annualized rate of 9.15%, from 8.3 million in 1995 to 72.2 million in 2020. And on the other side, Ghana also imports major goods such as wheat, cars, even used clothing, excavation machines, and poultry from the Canadian market. Ghana's import from Canada in the same period of consideration, that's 95 to 2020, have increased at an annualized rate of 8.97%. And so we are exporting more to Canada than we are importing from Canada. And that's an interesting, that's a very interesting statistic. The two-way merchandise trade statistics between Canada and Ghana reached over 475 million, representing a 71% increment over the merchandise from the figure recorded in 2020. So trade is growing. And for us at the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, there can be no better ambassadors, apart from His Excellency, the High Commissioner, to building and fortifying that relationship than many of you who are here. We also did come with some Ghanaian business people who are here to ensure that we can fortify that linkage. That is why we have the Ghana Exim Bank here. That's why we have GTA here. That's why we have a couple of private people here. But let me just take you through what I call the Ghana story. And I call it the story of the 3 O's. This will also give you a little bit of the story that you just saw a few minutes ago. We are resource rich. Ghana has all sorts of minerals, bauxite, iron ore, gold, manganese, even lithium, which has become a very important metal. And we are using that as a stepping stone into industrialization by adding value. Agriculture is one of the bedrocks of the economy, and that is also improving to produce a foundation for our industrialization. But Ghana, compared to many years ago when we were the spearhead of African political emancipation, today is Africa's spearhead for economic and financial reformation and growth. And so, for us at GIPC, to recognize that we have a powerful set of ambassadors here who can facilitate and strengthen that relationship is very, very important for us. And that is why we say, come grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana. So let me just give you a few snippets of why you should invest in Ghana. And I said 10 reasons. If you don't remember anything, remember these 10 reasons. We are opportunities rich, I've just mentioned it, resources rich. We have all sorts of very interesting things, and the opportunities are there. Now, I'm going to ask a question, and I hope whoever answers will get some free chocolates. Who knows what the 3 O's are? I said Ghana is a story of the 3 O's. at least there's one here that will give you one third a bar of chocolate, which is opportunities. Ghana is a great country for opportunity. We are resource rich. And as I mentioned before, we have all sorts of metals. We are number one. Well, now there's a debate whether we are still number one, but we were the number one producer of gold in Africa last year. We are the second largest producer of cocoa in the world, second to Cote d'Ivoire. We have a growing population and middle class and consumer market. We have 13 million acres of stable arable land, which serves as a foundation for agricultural adventure. We have large deposits of bauxite, iron ore, manganese, lithium, diamonds, timber, ornamental minerals, clay, just name it. It's on the country of Ghana. And the recent trajectory of the economy is to transform it from one which was predicated on the export of these raw resources and materials into value addition. And we recognize that Canada is a country that has a strong tradition in the minerals resource sector. Indeed, we did have a couple of Canadian companies in mining. The Chirano mine was held by a Canadian company called Kinross. It's been sold to another Canadian operator. And relatively, on the continent, we do have availability of skilled and trainable labor. And it's very interesting because you'd find a lot of people who are, even in the government of Ghana, who were trained in Canada. Indeed, our foreign minister, who will be speaking to us later on, had a stint in Canada. So the traditions go long and deep, and we understand the thinking, and I believe that you understand us too, as we are. So quite recently, to ensure that we shape all this into a constructive roadmap for economic transformation, we have actually identified some priority sectors. Manufacturing, because we want to move to the higher value chain of industrialization, where we'll move away from just digging out the minerals and exporting them, but rather add value. But just not the minerals, even agricultural goods. And I can exemplify this with cocoa, where between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we easily do about 70% of the world's cocoa beans. But arguably, on an annual basis, that is a maximum of $8 billion only. But guess what? The chocolate industry this year is expected to grow to $160 billion. That is not to mention cocoa liquor, cocoa butter, and all the other extracts from cocoa. So if you are the second largest producer of cocoa beans, where would you rather be? And our intention is to move to the higher end of the value chain, but ensuring that we add value to our cocoa beans. So between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we have a tacit agreement that in the next few coming years, we would export just a certain minimal volume of our cocoa beans and add value in situ. So we are actually inviting processors and major players in the cocoa industry to come situate themselves in Ghana so we add value to it. Because if we don't do that, then for every bar of chocolate that is sold, the farmer who creates the cocoa, who plants the cocoa beans and exports it, gets less than 5%. And want to make it such that at least the farmer, the worker, and the producer who produces in Ghana would get a minimum of at least 30% of the bar of chocolate. So that is one of the things that is really pushing us into manufacturing. And indeed, yes, we have gold, we have diamonds, we have iron ore, we have bauxite, we have all these minerals in significant quantities, most of which have not been exploited optimally. And so the new trajectory, as I did say, is to extract them, but also to process in situ, such that we are at the higher value end of these things. You all know what aluminium, the power of aluminium, and Canada is a very good example of a country that has well expressed that. We also know the importance of iron ore, and because we have manganese, it means we have a great chance to set up steel plants in Ghana, which could easily trigger a broader industrialization plan in West Africa, going into the rest of Africa. But of course, to do all that means that you need infrastructure to connect the dots. And recently, since 2017, the government of Ghana, led by the most illustrious and indefatigable President Akufo-Addo, decided that we'll set in a new policy called the One District, One Factory policy, which is the foundations of an industrialization plan that says that at least every district out of the 261 districts in Ghana should have a manufacturing entity. We started with 1 district, 1 factory. The aim is that in the near future, it will be 1 district, 10 factories, 20 factories, 30 factories, 40 factories ad infinitum, to ensure that we truly express ourselves at the higher end of the value chain. Because we have the resources, we have the great people trained all across the world who can help us build a real industrial economy. And that is the importance why we have you here today. And of course, on that same plan, government decided to construct 4,007 kilometers of new railroads that will ensure that everywhere in the country is connected by rail, because we are resource rich and we are going to production. But not just that. Additionally, 11,000 kilometers of roads have been slated to be constructed, and many of them are already on the ground. But of course, I mean, it's also very important to emphasize the importance of technology. And that is why we are here today with the Minister of Communications and Digitalization. Because we are just not constructing these things, but we are modernizing the economy with technology and ensuring that the connectivity between the producer, the consumer, the worker becomes seamless. And so we have opted to digitalize the economy to the extent that we remove as much human intervention as possible and let digitization take over. And many of the plans that we've done today have been the cynosure of eyes from outside because they have been great progress. For example, the biometric registration of everybody in Ghana to ensure that we know who you are, the digital addressing of Ghana, where every 5 by 5 meters squared of Ghana has a digital address. So if we know you and we can find you, we can have a conversation with you. But the whole plan is that government's intervention with the citizenry will be made seamless, efficient. And also, it will help us with removing the human factor in agency cost. I mean, you all know what that is. Because once you remove people, then things can happen seamlessly. So we are on that very strong path. And then, of course, tourism. And Ghana, once again, and I don't know whether it's by divine providence or whatever it is, being the first Black African country to seek independence from the British many years ago, and the Queen of England, may her soul rest in peace. I'm sure she would have loved to live long to see Ghana emerge even stronger. But for that alone, we've been able to stay ahead of the curve in building and developing a strong tourism culture and a strong tourism attraction. And so a lot of the focus today is growing that sector. And that is why we have my brother Awal here with us. He's a dynamic person. We have Akwesi here, who we can almost praise responsibility for executing the year of return. And I'm sure many of you know about the year of return, which was the 400th anniversary of the landing of the first ship from West Africa to the shores of Jamestown in Virginia. I'm told that there were only 20 slaves, but still, they came from West Africa, and that was the first set of slaves to land in the United States. And we decided to celebrate that 400 years, that it shall not happen again. But we will celebrate it in terms of calling back our brothers and sisters who left the continent to come back and contribute. And I'll tell you why it's very important. And so was it 2019, we launched the Year of Return, the Year of Return, which brought a lot of visitors to Ghana. Indeed, that one event virtually established Ghana as a sort of de facto mecca for Africans in the diaspora. And since then, we have celebrated it in many ways. But we've actually even augmented it and said we were going to celebrate beyond the return, which would then execute the other parts of the relationship on the business side, on the social side, on the development side. And we are very keen on doing that. And we recognize Canada as one of those strong countries where we would get a lot of value engaging with the diaspora here. I dare say that the Ghanaian diaspora in Canada is perhaps at a high level, very experienced, very capable, But like I said, we will act as the clear ambassadors in ensuring that we cement the relationship that we have with Canada. So tourism is a very important priority sector. Then, of course, because we have a lot of land, and 60% of our land mass is agricultural, agriculture is one of those very important key areas that we are focusing on. One, to ensure food security, because if you're a country that you cannot feed yourself, you are the mercy of others. And we are seeing that post the pandemic and during the currency of the Russian-Ukraine war, where because of these issues, we are all suffering what they say the fate of the rise of the 3 Fs. Rise in food prices, rise in fuel prices, and rise in the cost of finance. So agriculture is very important for us, and we once again established a policy called Planting for Food and Jobs, which re-engaged many of the young people in Ghana to do extension work, going to the farms, and has led me to become a farmer. But it's important for us that we ensure food security, just not for our consumption, but for export, but also as a foundation and substrate for an industrialization through agro-processing. And then, of course, to fuel and power all this is energy. And Ghana being a signatory to the Paris Accord and the AU Convention 2063 means that we have a responsibility to move away from fossil fuels in powering our economy to more renewable and sustainable energy. And so energy is a very key sector of our development and a priority for our development. So let me just quickly go through some of these, because I think that I've the opportunity, clearly, if by now you haven't seen the opportunity, then maybe we need to keep you here till 8 p.m. tonight and drum it into all of us. But in agriculture, there are quite a lot of it. And indeed, at the time when COVID set, we were on the verge of actually bringing a delegation to Saskatchewan to study a lot of the agricultural policies they have and how they're executed. And Ghana is ready to set up a new agro-industry in animal breeding, etc. About 50,000 hectares have been actually cordoned off in the Accra Plains to help grow animal husbandry and cattle ranching. And these are opportunities that we believe that many of you would like to take. But of course, commercial farming is important because a lot of our farming is for substantial farming. In fact, if you take cocoa, for which we are the second largest producer in the world, the average size of the size of an average cocoa farm is 3 hectares. And so many of our cocoa farmers are smallholder farms. But we also believe that to set agriculture as a substrate for industrialization means that we have to go into commercial farming. And we have land. 60% of our land mass is agricultural. So I'll urge all of you to look at that as an opportunity as well. Construction of storage facilities, warehousing, mechanized production, equipment and technology for packaging and transport, and of course, value addition and processing. And I'll tell you today, a lot of the young people coming out of school are doing amazing things, even with cocoa. There are so many artisanal chocolatiers in Ghana now doing export quality chocolate. So these are an opportunity for us. Of course, I did mention the digital economy and agenda. And I think there's nobody better to talk about that than my sister Esla. So during the panel discussion, I'm sure she would go deeper into that. But we have a very well thought out architecture and building an ecosystem that will make us efficient, but also not just efficient, to ensure that there's fluidity in the way we do things. The second O, openness. Oh, so nobody qualifies for the chocolate. Don't worry, I'll still give you chocolate. You can't leave here without tasting Ghana chocolate anyway. It's openness. And I say with all the confidence in my heart that Ghana is very open. And there are so many things to show that openness. But I guess for most business people, and what a lot of people in the diaspora need to know is that we are engaged in a dynamic reform agenda where we are using the guillotine method to take away stumbling blocks and bottlenecks in ensuring that we have a vibrant business and investment destination. Ghana is a vibrant business and investment destination. Indeed, on the back of many of these, that Ghana won the right to host the headquarters of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So Ghana is like the de facto leader in industrialization and trade on the continent. And that is where almost all the opportunities are being shaped up. But there are many other things. Of all of them, for me, the most important, as I stand here, is clearly to establish to you that your dear country, Ghana, is in the middle of the world. We are just not in the middle, we are the center of the world. Ghana is the only country that is on latitude 0 and longitude 0. So we have a 360-degree view of our relationships and ensure that we manifest those relationships with engagement, and that is why we're here today. So if you come to Ghana, you have access. Beyond that, to fly from Ghana directly to any of the countries around us takes no more than 8 hours. And we are looking for the day when we'll have direct flights from Toronto right to Accra. I'm sure it will be a very interesting one. But we are just not in the middle of the world, just that. We are a very happy people. Ghana has been established as one of the happiest countries in the world, but we also respect the rule of law. And so, we are so much into that we keep our lawyers busy all the time. I'm sure I keep telling people that if you're a lawyer, the best place to practice is Ghana. You have more than enough work. And so we are happy to engage on that score. But just not being in the middle of the world, we were once one of the fastest reformers, and we are getting back into that trajectory so that we can engage the partnerships that we can mutually have. We are also known to be very politically stable, at least in Africa, and it's no surprise that the headquarters of the AFCFTA is in Ghana. But I'd like to just give me 2 minutes to express why that is important. Africa today is a continent of 1.4 billion people. It's currently as large as India and a shade smaller than China. But it has a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion. As much as it's a credible market, and as they say, the future is more important than the present. By the year 2050, Africa's population would have grown to 2.6 billion, and it will be 1/4 of the world's population. It will be bigger than India, it will be bigger than China. But the demography is even more curious, because 60% of that population will be under the age of 35 years. Now, if you're a business person, what does that represent to you? 1, a consumer market waiting to happen. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. But 2, the fact that there are young people in Africa who are imbibing knowledge from all over the world. And today, technology has virtually removed borders in knowledge acquisition. Means that Africa could well be the continent to supply the world's labor pool in the next wave of development in the world. So it's very important. But guess what again? Africa still has about 40% of the world's remaining mineral resources. And it will still have 60% of the world's remaining arable land by 2050. As a resource continent, it has 90% of the world's platinum resources. It has 90% of the world's cobalt resources. And you can check. It has 75% of the world's coltan resources. And I'm sure you all know what coltan is for. If you have a mobile phone today, you have a bit of Benin in you, because most of the coltan that is put in mobile phones comes from Benin. It has over 50% of the world's remaining gold resources. It's currently supplying about 12% of the world's oil, and gas is soon going to be one of the key exports from Africa. It has copper, it has manganese, and it has significant proportions of the world's found out lithium. And lithium is one of those elements quite important for development of Industry 4.0. And so we clearly do see the African opportunity as one that any businessman should take seriously. I just flew here from Geneva, where I was in the conference, the World Investment Conference. And we couldn't highlight that opportunity well enough. In the end, I had to run away because everybody wanted to have a piece of the African action. And I had to be here. But I'm telling you, As important as it is, it can't be more important than the AFCFTA. But what does the AFCFTA do? It has created the largest tariff-free trade and business bloc in the world since the WTO. Now, for those of you who are looking at the Ghana opportunity, it means that if you come to Ghana and you produce in Ghana, you can export to that large market of Africa, the rest of Africa, tariff-free. You can come manufacture, add value to our resources, all that in Ghana, and Ghana is repositioning itself to be the reception point of industrialists for the continent. Backed by strong technology, backed by strong legal reforms, and backed by creating the most exciting business and investment destination on the continent. It is a daunting task, but we have declared that that's what we're going to do. And that is how come I was able to get at least 3 ministers to come to this gathering, and of course the foreign minister who we'll hear from shortly. So we are serious about the Ghana agenda. We are serious about engagements. And we want to form those relationships that are enduring and will last long. I think that I would, the presentation is available for anybody who wants to see it. I don't think that I need to go through all of it because it's about 60 pages. And like I said, it might take us beyond the 8 o'clock this evening to breakfast tomorrow. So I'll just shift out of that. And then the last O is optimism. And we are very optimistic and resilient, and I did mention before. And I can give you snippets of why. By 2016, our economy had been actually declining in growth rates, even after finding oil. By 2016, the economic growth was 3.6% of GDP. That was the growth that we had, and it was declining. There was a new dispensation with a new view on how things should go. And through real strict fiscal reforms and fiscal consolidation, better care for the public purse, and reforms within the economy, by 2017, when the new government came in and did all these things, our GDP went up twice that to 8.1%. And for the next 3 years, prior to COVID, Ghana was growing at an average rate of 7% per annum, one of the fastest in the world. Now, isn't that something? But even in the times of COVID, when almost every country in the world was undergoing recession, Ghana was still resilient. We were one of the few, maybe about 26 countries globally, that did not go into recession. And we grew positively, never mind that it was a small figure of 0.72%. But of course, one to be proud of in those days. Post-2020, when many countries were still riling, including we ourselves, the economy bounced back stronger, grew by 5.4%. And in 2020, it still grew by 5.2%, and it's projected to grow at an average of 5.2% for the next 3 years. That shows that at least there's a certain resilience and the edge to grow the economy. And of course, the private sector is a strong advocate of that growth and a strong agency of that growth, because government doesn't create business, private sector that creates businesses. So we're inviting you to be part of this story. And it's very, very important that you are. And that is the optimism that we want to share with you. That we are clearly optimistic of where we are going. We are clearly hooked on the agenda that we've set to transform the economy into a modern economy and to create a lasting, mutually beneficial experience for the private sector and any business person who wants to do business in Ghana. On that note, I think I'll stop here because we have quite an interesting panel coming up. But this is just to give you an introduction and welcome you to this these 2 days of engagement. And I hope that we all have fun and enjoy it whilst discussing the things. Ghana is not heaven yet. But together, with each and one of you holding hands, we can make it the heaven we will want. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope that we'll have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yofi Grant. Please give me a round of applause for that amazing presentation as well. Right now, this project is actually supported by Mr. Marcel Lebleu. We'd like to welcome him to come and address us. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marcel Lebleu. We didn't provide my title. I'll explain you a bit what I'm doing. I'm Director General for Western Africa at the Department of Global Affairs Canada. Global Affairs Canada is our Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, and I'm in charge of managing diplomatic relation, trade relation, and we also have a large portfolio of development projects in the region. Let me first thank His Excellency Anselm Sowa for the invitation. I'm glad I could make it. Unfortunately, if you read the news, we have our Liberal government caucus is in New Brunswick meeting, and we have a number of challenge preparing for the commemorative ceremony of Her Majesty the Queen. But let me start by welcoming this distinguished group. Mr. Yofi Grant took lots of the steam out of my speech, which is good, so I'll be short and brief. But thank you, ministers, for joining us. It's a great privilege for us in Canada and for the diaspora and for the Canadian government to have you here in Canada. Although this meeting is about trade, I'll take maybe 2 minutes to talk about diplomacy, 2 minutes to talk about development, and I'll offer 2 comments on trade. On diplomacy, I think you refer to openness as a shared value, rule of law, good governance, and it's something that is for us really important. And I was most pleased by the role that Ghana played. If you don't know, Ghana is actually sitting on a permanent Security Council of the United Nations and took important position, especially vis-a-vis what is happening in Ukraine, and we're grateful that we share pretty much a similar line on that. And I would also like to take a minute to congratulate President Akufo-Addo for his role in chairing for 2 years ECOWAS. For those of you who don't know ECOWAS is the Economic Community of Western African States. There's a number of challenges, governance, democratic problem in the region. I'm talking about coup d'etat in Mali and Chad, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. And ECOWAS has played a key role and is be a key interlocutor to bringing back those countries to good governance. So this was my 2 minutes on diplomacy. On development, some people will say we spend on aid. I'd like to say we invest in cooperation. And in Ghana, we have this long-standing relation. We invest roughly $80 million a year. And it's pretty much aligned on your priority. And the top one is agro-food and food security. It's about creation of employment for young people. It's about efficiency in the distribution system. And we enjoy a close working relationship with the Department of Agriculture and its Rural Extension Program. And we're pretty proud of that. On the trade, and I'm myself a trade commissioner, but if you don't know, the Trade Commissioner Service in Canada is here to assist Canadian exporter, but also is there to attract investment in Canada. So I'm happy to be part of that discussion. I was subsequently ambassador to Chile and Colombia, and I've seen the importance of diaspora, the Chilean diaspora, the Colombian diaspora here in this country. You talk about remittance. I think the diaspora has a key role to play. I won't go in figures. I think we presented the situation, which is quite a positive things. And I had 2 ideas I wanted to put on the table, but you took away one idea, which is Ghana is a gateway to Africa, to the future Africa single market. This is coming, and we believe that Ghana offers, a stable environment to play this position, this hub. The second one is somewhat different. We're talking about investment, but what Canada lacks and what Ghana has in surplus is labor. We're facing strong labor shortage. IT, you talk about, we have the minister here responsible for IT. We face a crunch, and I would invite businesses here to look at offshoring. There's successful business model that doesn't go through brick and mortars, but that will create employment for young people. We know Canada plays an active role in natural resources. I was sitting at the table here with a visitor, with Cynthia, who's visiting from Ghana, and talking about her business in the oil and gas sector, which is traditionally something we'd like to work with, and we will continue to invest in those sectors. But at the same time, I think there's a win-win potential here, as especially you have a population that speaks English, and we have big challenges in finding the right resources. You have an educated workforce. And I'll finish by talking, just a comment on education. And this I should have mentioned that part of diplomacy, because I really believe people-to-people relation are the most important thing. And I'd like to say the best ambassador we have in Ghana, we have a great ambassador, of course, but the best ambassador are actually people from Ghana that came and studied here and went back to Ghana, bringing with them some ideas, some values, and helping us building a better future together. I'll stop there. Have a great day. Hope you find the right opportunities in an open world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right about now, we are at the point where we have a video from the Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boche, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ghana. Okay, we're just having a small technical difficulty, but I would like to acknowledge all our people that are on social media watching us online. We have in the house the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario in the house. Could you please give us a wave? And all your association members, they brought a busload of people from Toronto and all around across Ontario to be here today. Thank you very much for your support for this program. And whilst we wait, I'd like to acknowledge some of our vendors that are here. Plentify, thank you for being here. Plentify, if you need anything from Ghana, check them out. They're doing some free giveaways out there. We have Chango. They're giving away some chocolate from Ghana in the back. Make sure you grab some of those. We have clothing by AIM. AIM stands for Africa in Me. There's an Africa in me, there's an Africa in you, there's an Africa in all of us. We have Ghana Gas, who are amazing, doing amazing work from Ghana, also in the house in the back over there. We have EDC Investment Limited, EcoBank. We have Hexagram, also in the house. Thank you so much for every one of you that's been here. I believe the technical team is ready. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Board, Mr. Akwasia Jamai. Are you in the house? Please wave. All right, so we'll go right into the video.
High Commissioner of Ghana to Canada, the CEOs of GIPC, Free Zones Authority, GEPA, and Exim Bank, and other officials, the President of the Association of Ghanaian Canadian Communities, the leaders of the various cultural and traditional associations, fellow Ghanaians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted and honored to address you virtually at this very important Diaspora Investment Summit. I would have wished to participate in person and regret that I'm unable to do so. First and foremost, I wish to extend the greetings of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana to you all. He wanted to convey his appreciation of the important contribution of the Ghanaian diaspora to the economic development of our beloved nation, Ghana. Let me acknowledge with thanks the efforts of the various stakeholders, including the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, the Ghana High Commission, and the Ghanaian Canadian Associations towards the successful organization and hosting of this summit. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the government and people of Canada for promoting the enabling environment in which our compatriots live, in which they go about their duties and thrive. Ghana maintains excellent relations with Canada. Trade relations between our two countries have seen an astronomical increase in recent years. This is estimated to be hundreds of millions of United States dollars. In 2020, Canada enjoyed a trade surplus of 175 million United States dollars. That represents opportunity for you and I urge you all to remain ambassadors of Ghana. Fellow compatriots, Ghana remains one of the key destinations for foreign direct investment, FDI, and we are committed to harnessing the resources of the diaspora towards the growth of businesses for national development. Ghanaian Canadians are reputed to be highly skilled. It is therefore not a surprise that this summit seeks to capitalize on this glowing endorsement to make Ghana the preferred destination in Africa for diaspora investments from Canada. The inflows of your resources, including human capital, to Ghana would facilitate the government's Beyond Aid transformation agenda. Engagement with our compatriots to hear your perspectives and to exchange information on why Ghana should be the business community and investors' preferred investment destination is key to building confidence and attracting business and investments to our country. In order to make the business environment the most attractive anywhere, government has enacted laws, regulations, as well as establishing institutional structures to regulate and foster private investment and business into Ghana. Our continuing efforts to build a robust, diverse, and dynamic economy that creates employment and contributes to the development of a larger middle class represents further opportunity for your investments and for the mutual benefit of both investors and Ghanaians. I'd like to extend an invitation to the captains of industry who have gathered here to fully explore the many opportunities that exist in Ghana, such as the One District, One Factory initiative, particularly in food processing, development of strategic anchor industries in the automobile industry, where the government has developed a policy and a number of automobile industries have already taken steps to establish vehicle assembly facilities. manufacturing of machines and machine components, integrated aluminum and iron and steel industries, the development and establishment of industrial parks, and the growth of small medium enterprises, SMEs, through joint partnerships are some of the other sectors we can talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, Canadian businesses and companies have made significant contributions to Ghana's economic progress, and I urge those companies and entrepreneurs who already have investments in Ghana to consider building more partnerships and also serve as goodwill ambassadors to attract new entrants to the Ghanaian market. Ghana is well known for being a haven of peace in Africa. Our democratic credentials, as well as the respect for the rule of law and human rights, are well known. Our political stability is a guarantor for secure and profitable investments. We are also a leader in digital transformation. We have established an e-business registration system, a paperless port clearance system, a digital addressing system, a mobile money interoperability system, and a national identity card system, among other things. They will lead to the formation and the formalization of the Ghanaian economy. They will lower the cost of doing business and make it easier for firms to communicate with their customers. We are committed to making interconnectivity through digital services a critical component of business competitiveness. As the host of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, Ghana has become Africa's trading capital. To take advantage of the African market of over 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars, supported by a harmonized payment and settlement system, as well as an effective legal and regulatory framework, I encourage you to make Ghana your preferred investment destination. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government remains committed to the Diaspora Engagement Policy Framework that seeks, amongst other things, to promote capacity building and enhance diaspora-homeland relationships for our mutual benefit. It also provides the legal instrument to extend some rights and privileges enjoyed in Ghana to all Ghanaians elsewhere, mobilize resources for sustainable development, and also facilitates the production and dissemination of accurate and relevant data for sustainable engagement with you. We are convinced that the contribution of the diaspora community to national development can never be overemphasized. With nearly 3 million people and remittances estimated to be over 4 billion United States dollars per year, the diaspora is a force for national transformation. We are proud, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, to work with other stakeholders of government to support the diaspora. The GIPC complements the ministry's broader objective of economic diplomacy with the establishment of a diaspora desk and aftercare services at their center. Together with the existing Diaspora Affairs unit in my ministry and the Diaspora Desk in our missions abroad and at the presidency, we have made easier communication on investment opportunities. These units will ensure constant engagement with the diaspora towards the building of robust economic relations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that this Diaspora Investment Summit would live up to your expectation in creating awareness of the many opportunities available in Ghana. I also hope that it will stimulate your interest in increased trade and investments in Ghana and foster partnerships between Ghanaian and Canadian businesses and investors. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful engagement.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that wonderful speech from Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botre, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Ghana. And right about now, we know some of you have been here for a while. We have a coffee break for a few minutes. We're going to give you about 20, 30 minutes to intermingle with one another. But I would like you to know that we have a session 2 coming right after that, which is going to be our panelists who are going to have a discussion on tourism, arts, and culture. Also on FinTech and ICT will be speaking as well. Also about information. We have our Minister of Information in the house. So definitely at that time, I would like you to take out your pen, take some notes. If you have some questions, we're going to have some Q&A later. So this is your moment to get to know somebody, get to speak to some of our special delegates that are in the house as well. So please make your way to the hallway. Get something to drink, get some coffee, get some tea. There's some fruits, there's some veggies, there's some amazing stuff over there. So go and fill up your belly and then come back. And we actually have lunch as well later on as well for you. Seafood lovers, there'll be seafood, there'll be chicken, there'll be meat, and there'll be something for the vegetarians as well. So there's something in the house for everybody. Thank you very much once again, GIPC, for this wonderful event.
KOA is a women's and children's brand for women, clothing, jewelry, handbags. And the KUA stands for Keeping Us Authentic. I left Ghana at the age of 17. I wasn't even 16, I was an exchange student. And I came back for a month or two, packed up, moved, and went to college there. It was when I was working at Coca-Cola in Atlanta as a financial analyst that I took one random class in bead making or jewelry making, stringing class. And in that class, I just fell in love. I was like, what? This is really it. And over the years, I made more jewelry. I sold on the side at different art shows and craft shows. And eventually, I packed up, moved to New York, and enrolled in the Fashion Institute of Technology. And I guess you can say I put my financial analysis background behind me and went straight into fashion. In all, I was in the US for 16, 17 years. And then I did the slow transition. But mostly I tell people, if you ask me full-time being in Ghana, I would say about 5, 6 years. When I decided to do fashion school, I thought it wise to have the production be in Ghana. After all, my brand was going to be African inspired. It feels good to know that I'm part of the narrative that's changing how people feel about Ghana and made in Ghana products. So I have a very young team, and just interacting with them, giving them feedback, letting them know that they should believe in themselves and they can do more, all that really feels good. We're currently under 20 employees. We have part-time employees as well, so that's where we are now. Whenever people come into the shop, they say things like, are you sure this is made in Ghana? Indirectly, they are telling me that they don't trust things that are made in Ghana, or they are not used to quality things coming out of Ghana. So I tell them that, yes, this is made in Ghana, and the conversation starts and they talk about how proud they are. Even the leather we use, we source in Ghana. The African prints we source in Ghana. I have my regular Makola women who will send me pictures and say, Madam, we have these new prints, will you come check it out? So we've kind of formed a good bond, knowing that I always go back to them to get these raw materials. We have a lot of diaspora clientele, a lot of international customers, because I did start in the US anyway. And lately, with the influx of people coming to visit Ghana, it's been great. Most people tell me when they make their list of places to go to in Ghana, KOA is on their list. They have to come to KOA, they have to purchase from KOA, and that's amazing. When you come to KOA and shop, we offer you something to drink, water, wine, juice, and we make sure that the experience is wonderful for everyone who walks in here. We found out that 70% of our products people get for gifting, because they know they can be proud to say this was made in Ghana and we are gifting you a piece of Ghana. People also, when they visit, they take it back with them to show that after I had a good time in Ghana, this is the souvenir, this is the product that I'm bringing back, knowing that I'll get to keep it forever. KOA sells in Ghana, of course. Then we have South Africa, we have Nigeria, we have Gambia and Senegal. And then we have the US all over the US. And Europe is mostly the UK and then some of the other European countries. And Canada, let's not forget Canada. Whenever I would visit, what I did notice was the economy, or should I say the environment, was virgin enough that I felt like whatever business you touched, if you worked hard at it, you would go far. I'm convinced that my company wouldn't grow at this rate had I not been in Ghana. It's amazing when you're actually close to production, because when something is wrong, you can correct quickly. And also, I used to actually think I would sell more abroad than in Ghana, but because I have a location in Ghana, I noticed that that has changed. I'm actually selling a lot more here in Ghana. If you're a diasporan and you're thinking of moving to Ghana, I will tell you, make a plan. Know why you are coming to Ghana. If you are coming because you want to work for someone here, make sure that you have that lined up. If you're coming to start a business, do your research properly. But I'm convinced that you won't regret it. I'm an example. Whenever you're tempted to say something negative about Ghana, or when you hear something negative about Ghana, ask yourself, what am I doing about it? And so with that, I have one advice. Grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana.
2, 2, 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Two, two. Check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Good morning. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. All right.
And I'm looking forward to the whole meeting and sharing a few thoughts with the room. Okay?
Thank you. Sorry, back here. Great. So I'll be adjusting your volume as you speak.
All right.
So don't worry if it's not loud enough right away. All right. Just give me 1 second.
check.
No.
check. Ladies and gentlemen, could we get everybody to come back in? We're about to start the second session. Please come back in and have a seat, find a seat. There's more people in the house, so definitely please kindly find a seat. We'll be getting into the second session just right about now. Thank you so much to everybody that's in the house. Please make your way back and find yourself a seat. I know it's lovely networking, but we have to start the second session. Our panelist seats are all set up. Our moderator is in the house, and we're about to start the session right about now. Thank you to the wonderful Sheraton staff for accommodating us for this wonderful occasion. Once again, thank you to the GIPC for promoting Ghana as an attractive and rewarding investment destination to the domestic and global business community. Thank you so much to each and every one of our politicians from Ghana, our special guests, our media people in the house, the Caribbean Vibrations in the house, the Ghanaian News in the house. Thank you to also all the GCAO members that traveled far and wide all over Ontario to come here be with us. Our High Commissioner coming all the way from Ottawa to be here with us. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. Please kindly come inside, come and grab a seat. Once everybody sits down, we'll start with the second session. Please kindly once again. Washrooms are located to your left, all the way down the hall, and you make a right. The washrooms are located right there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The second session is going to start in a few minutes. Thank you to the Diaspora office also for being in the house.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're into the second session of the program. And right about now, I would like to introduce you to your moderator who is going to take over for the rest of this session. This session, I encourage everybody to please take their pen and paper. As the moderators, you may have questions for them. Jot your questions down. There'll be a Q&A session at the end for you to be able to ask some questions that's on your heart, to want to know about investing in Ghana and some of the comments they will make. So we'll address that at the end. So without no further ado, I'd like to call on one of the best Ghanaian accountants. If you need an accountant, this is the gentleman. You got to see him later on. His name is Mr. Odoi. He ran as a politician The elections is coming up again, by the way, if you don't know. Canada elections is coming up next month. Make sure that you do go out and vote, because your vote counts. Mr. Odoi is also a professor at Humber College. He's a businessman. So without no further ado, I'd like to call on our moderator. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Odoi.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It's very important. I'm so glad that we are at the second part of the program, which is the money part. We're now going to be focusing more on how to get money to Ghana to ensure that we do solid investments there. I believe that we have in the room today top-notch investors here. If they are not here themselves, I believe their representatives are here. I'm very glad to be part of this program, because everything Ghana is what I stand for. We'll be talking today with very, very, very important personalities. They came all the way from Ghana, and so we are glad to have them here. Very important people and very nice panel today. So without much ado, and also not in any particular order, I would like to invite to the stage to join me for the panel discussions the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, if he's here. He is the Minister for Information all the way from Ghana. We also have with us today the Honorable Esla Owusu. She's the Minister for Communication and Digitalization. We have her in the house. Honorable Esla Owusu Ekufo. Thank you. We have with us once again the Honorable Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, the Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Awal. He is the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture. So as you can see, we have people who have the technical know-how on how to get business done in Ghana. And so today, I'll be going to be asking them some few questions about why we need to invest in Ghana and how to make huge return on investment by investing in Ghana. Thank you very much. Take some notes, and those who are ready to invest even today, we will be ready to be taking numbers and making sure that your money is safe in Ghana. Thank you. Hello. So let's do some mic checks and just to make sure that our mics are working.
Hello.
Good.
It is. Okay.
Honorable Kojo, yours is good? Okay, thank you. So good to have you all here. I'm just going to take we're just going to take like 1 minute of your time just to ask you a little bit about your ministry, what the ministry does, and maybe what it's currently doing to attract investors to Ghana. And then right after that, I'll just come up with some few questions, I believe 4 questions each for you to answer, after which we would be taking some few questions from the audience here and also few questions from those of you at home watching on YouTube. So thank you very much. So I'm just going to start straight with Honorable Esla Owusu Akufo. I got it right. Thank you.
You got it right.
Yeah, so a little bit about yourself and then your ministry, what the ministry is currently doing to ensure that we in the diaspora will come and bring our money to Ghana before we jump into the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be in Canada. I think the last time I was here was in 2010. So it's been a while, and so thank you for having us here. The Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, basically, and I'll try to be brief, is in charge of overseeing the digital infrastructure, applications, and services that we employ in our country. We're focused, and I keep saying that government is the largest employer in Ghana. And so we want government to use its purchasing power to empower the local tech industry instead of just transferring all those opportunities to firms and countries outside the continent. We work to ensure that we put in place the systems that will facilitate and ease government to government, government to citizen, business to citizen engagement through technology. And we're also a firm believer that we can use technology to transform our economy, working in close collaboration with other partners. So anything digital happening in any part of the country is our mandate to oversee and ensure that we avoid duplication and waste and get the best value for money. We're also actively looking out to attract tech entrepreneurs, Ghanaians in the diaspora who are in this sector, to come back home and set up businesses there. So if you are in this sector and you're interested in expanding your horizons, just give us a shout. One key area that we're interested in building our capacity back home, leveraging on the Ghanaian diaspora, is in cybersecurity as well. So that's an emerging area. You can't digitalize without looking at the security implications of what you're doing. So we're interested in attracting both companies and personnel who have skills in this area to come back so that we can transfer those skills to our local ecosystem and build upon it. With what's happening in the world globally, there isn't much you can do without technology. And so we stand ready to assist any of our public and private sector agencies who are working in this sector to also come and establish themselves or their businesses back home locally, and looking actively at knowledge, know-how, and technology transfer. No one will develop our country for us than ourselves. We have the young people who are hungry for skills and knowledge, ready to learn, and partnering them, we can transform Ghana and make it the hub for all things digital in our sub-region. We're well on our way, but we'll talk into more detail later. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As you can see, the Honorable Oslausu just gave us a brief outlook of the ICT outlook for Ghana and information technology. That's in the summary. We'll be diving down more into the questions. We'll jump to Honorable Kojo to tell us what his ministry does.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. Unlike Honorable Esla Osuekufo, I've never been to Canada before. It's my first time.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think the first time I heard about Canada was when I heard something called Nova Scotia. Yeah, about 25 years ago. My mother was coming to school here. So maybe spiritually I came here associated.
Wow.
But it's good to be here. I'm minister responsible for information. That means that I lead or I provide policy leadership at the Ministry of Information. The Ministry of Information is a ministry responsible for designing and supervising the interactions between the ministries, departments, and agencies and the various publics. And we're also particularly associated with the GIPC and the investment information flow, so that we're able to get Ghana's message out and to get the kind of interest that people express about Ghana in, and we facilitate that job for the GIPC. Traditionally, what happens is that investment conversations are focused on what people will call non-citizens globally. So when you find investment organizations like the GIPC going out, they traditionally talk to non-citizens around the world, what you call foreign direct investors. But if you study the data, you find that the Ghanaian abroad, the diaspora out there, contributes a lot of resources inward. And if only you could harness that resource and direct it towards investments, then the Ghanaian outside will not only be a citizen outside, but will also be part of the major investment blocks that bring investment into Ghana. And that is why we have set up the Diaspora Investment Unit, focused on talking to Ghanaians in the diaspora about the investment opportunities back home so that you can participate in it. And so we're not here just to talk to the non-citizen potential investor who we are very interested in. We're also here to talk to the Ghanaian who is in the diaspora about the massive investment opportunities back home that you can participate in. If you put together how much money the Ghanaians in the diaspora send back home as remittances, $500, $200, $300, if you put it together, if you aggregate it for the year, it amounts to billions of dollars.
Wow.
Sometimes bigger than any blue chip company can invest in the Ghanaian economy. The challenge is that a lot of that money is going towards consumption. Can we channel that money into investment opportunities back home? That's the conversation we are here to have today. And today we are here to tell you about the opportunities in large-scale commercial agriculture. We're here to tell you about the opportunities in agro-processing, the opportunities in manufacturing, the opportunities in ICT, the opportunities in arts and entertainment and tourism. And I hope is that by the time we are done with that conversation, we'll be able to attract your investment back home. Because everybody's looking for a safe, stable place with opportunities and good returns to invest their money. And if you're a Ghanaian and you are here, we want to give you a reason to be part of it back home. Not just your money, but sometimes the networks that you have, the access and opportunities that you have, and sometimes also the skills that you have. All of these are resources that we need back home to help take Ghana back onto that pedestal that we're looking for. So I'm sure as we go through, we'll talk some more. Thanks for the opportunity.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable, could you just give us the Economic and Investment Corporation within Ghana and the diaspora? Hello? And he also talked about remittances, knowledge and skill transfer, and mobilization of capital resources. We'll be diving down into that more, but let's move on to Honorable Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you. Let me first of all thank the GIPC, the Canadian High Commission in Ghana. Opportunity. Well, I've been to Canada many, many times. The last time was just before COVID, 2019. Tourism, out of every 10 jobs created in Ghana, tourism creates 2, minimum. It's a sector that doesn't need too much book long. It doesn't need too much book long. The opportunities are too many. It's government policy to make tourism a key contributor to national GDP. We think that tourism links up agriculture, manufacturing, ICT, education very well. That is why our policy is to revamp our cultural, tourism, and creative art assets to serve as a launch pad for people to come to Ghana. In furtherance of this, in 2019, the president launched what we call the Year of Return, and 2020, Beyond the Return. It was an activity that put Ghana on the map. And in North America, it's been very, very, very successful. Last year, President launched again Destination Ghana after COVID to remind the world that Ghana after COVID is ready for business. It's a sector that has so many opportunities. I'll tease you with small. When it comes to Q&A, I'll give you more. Hotels. We need, in the next 5 years, minimum of 10,000 rooms. 10,000 rooms, hotels. We have about 100,000, we need about 10,000 rooms, and then over the medium term, 50,000 rooms. 4 to 5 star category is a low-hanging fruit. We need a convention center. The one we have in Ghana is Accra Convention Center, 1,500 people. We need a convention center that can take at least 10,000 people. Ghana is the hub. AFCT is in Ghana, everything's in Ghana. As of today, From July, hotels are booked till December. Because of that, they overcharge. 80%, 9% occupancy. We need 10,000 room hotels, 4 to 5 star category. If you are ready today, we'll help you with land. We need theme parks. The young guys don't know where to go. A lot of, especially community, Ghanaian community, now there's a lot of growing middle class. Where to send their kids to play? We need theme parks. What will you want in Eastleigh one? Very little one. Theme parks, low-hanging fruits. Charter flights. Only 2 flights leave America to Ghana, Delta and United. If you don't book 2-3 weeks advance, you don't get a plane. I'm very sure that by Christmas this year, we'll have some charter flights from Canada to Ghana. Hopefully. Hopefully. But we need a lot of investment in charter flights. The returns too phenomenal. You can't miss it. Restaurants. A lot of people are working now, far from home. They need to eat outside. Restaurants. Ghanaian, African continental dishes. Low-hanging fruits. We need hospitality training school. There is no single good training school that gives customer care orientation to our people. Even vehicle hire. This year, we're going to have a lot of tourists, more than most of the years in the past. Again, we need people to provide vehicles to hire from the airport to various tourist attractions. We also need a yacht, luxury boats to go around. I'll leave it like that. When we come,
wow.
We'll answer. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. So as you can see, that's why I told you to start making notes. Those who are ready today, as the Honorable said, you can start today. They are ready. Lots of opportunities in Ghana. He just mentioned the low-hanging fruits, which are the ones that we can do quickly and right away. A lot of the time, if you want to invest in Ghana, we think about saving millions of dollars before going. Like we've been told by Honorable, there is also opportunities out there that you can go and just capitalize on it and everything. We also need the human resources to make this happen. So please make some notes and let's get this going. But I'm just going to, because Honorable Brian, because you mentioned the year of the return, I'm just going to start with you on that note. So the first question goes to you. The year of the return and beyond the return initiative has contributed immensely to the socio-economic development of Ghana. How is the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture leveraging the opportunities provided to increase investments in the tourism sector in Ghana? To increase investments in the tourism sector.
Thank you. Precisely why we are here today.
Hey.
I mean, from this place, I'm here with my CEO, a very hardworking CEO, Akusajiman. From here, we're going to have Destination Ghana in New York and in DC.
Okay.
Through Saturday to Tuesday, we're linking up with key stakeholders to see how we can promote Ghana beyond what it is today. So Beyond the Return has 7 pillars. One of them has diaspora return compensation to the diaspora community. It has 7 pillars. Invest in Ghana, Taste of Ghana, all that. One of them is diaspora engagement. Right. So we engage diaspora, as everybody has said already. Diaspora is not only important, it's key to the success and sustained growth of Ghana. We want to urge you, GIPC is here, we're all here. If there are any obstacles to investments, please come to all of us. It's a multi-pronged approach led by GIPC. Multi-pronged. Don't let anybody frustrate you. There will be obstacles, but the president himself is leading the charge. He's going to be there in New York to launch Destination Ghana, USA. Okay. And I've just been told by my CEO that next year I'll come to launch Destination Ghana, Canada.
Good.
Yeah.
Good, that's good.
So that's one of the things we're doing. And I'll tell you, seize the opportunity and help us build a brand. The Ghana brand is so solid, it's so influential, and it's so appetizing. Come and invest. You will never regret you did so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So folks, you heard it. That's why we are here. GIPC is here mainly to sell Ghana to us. And as you can hear from the experts, Ghana is the right place for us to go and invest our money. The next question will go to Honorable Kojo Ponkrumah. So the question is that the mobilization of financial resources through the capital markets is a major determining factor for economic growth, as we all know. So what is the role of the diaspora in the mobilization of these resources and the role of players in the Ghanaian economy?
Honestly, this sounds like an A-level session B question, where you need more paper before you can answer.
Yeah, I know. But let's break it down for us.
But as I mentioned, the diaspora, or the Ghanaian in the diaspora, is part of a big block that is very relevant to us back home. Typically, when you're talking of resources, there are a few layers. You have, from the budgeting point of view, what you usually call external borrowing, your Eurobonds or your external financing instruments that you will do, that allows investors all over the world of whatever kind to invest cash in government bonds in Ghana. Typically, you go around the world talking to the investment banks, etc. Now, for all of those people, or the potential investors, they make a decision between the returns they will get if they had invested, for example, here in Toronto, or if they had invested in those Government of Ghana bonds. And if you compare the rates, I think I don't need to speak too much about it. If you look at the yields on instruments, the Government of Ghana instruments are a very safe and rewarding option that anybody around the world of whatever citizenship can participate in. And so one of the first things that will readily come to mind is that the Ghanaian in the diaspora, when you talk of resource mobilization, can make it a point to pay attention to those issuances and participate in them. That's one. Two, we also have room back home to do what we call the capital market investments. The Ghana Stock Exchange, for example, is growing. Trading on the exchange back home is increasingly getting more exciting. The equity markets back home in Ghana and the capital markets in Ghana as well are also posting some of the most impressive yields that you can find on the continent. And so that becomes another source, even if you are not participating in the general bond issuances that Ghana does globally, back home you can play on the money and the capital market specifically. But three, and specifically that's where I want to go, is the tangible equity-related investments, foreign direct investment, businesses that we want to encourage the Ghanaian in the diaspora to come back home and help participate in. And as I highlighted, my seniors who are with me will speak to other sectors, but I will just speak to agriculture, agro-processing, and manufacturing. Okay. The African continent is, as was mentioned earlier, home to over 1 billion people. In the short to medium term, 1.4, 1.5 and growing. And a good chunk of those are going to be young people, 35 and below. Add to that the fact that today the African Continental Free Trade Area is operational, and Ghana is now the commercial headquarters or the commercial capital of Africa. You put that together, and what it means is that right from Ghana, you can reach the rest of the African market with your business. Now, as long as human beings live, one of the first things that they will do is to eat. And so agriculture, food, is one of the most fertile, one of the open areas that we want to invite you to come into. A lot of people say, oh, we are a lot of smallholder farmers. We've done that for hundreds of years. It's time for us now to go into large-scale commercial agriculture that will tap into the small-scale farmers as outgrowers. Here, the Canadian government, Canadian funding opportunities are very interested in agriculture. It is a good opportunity for you, if you have the access and the networks, to tap into the funding and the resources here and come back home for us to do some large-scale commercial agriculture, not just to feed the Ghanaian market, but to feed the rest of Africa. And as we are planting, the next step is agro-processing, because you need to be able to store and package and ship across the rest of Africa. And so agro-processing is also becoming a very big deal. I remember the day when we went to the central region and the president cut sword for some funny factory they called Ekumfi. It was just bare land. And how initially people were mocking that it's just grass and lizards all over the land. And today when you go there, there's a fully built factory. There are outgrowers, farmers, thousands of farmers who are growing pineapples and other fruits out there and are churning it into what you call Ekumfi juice or Eku Juice. I'll send them an invoice for this advertising, by the way. You have thousands of people working there, producing this, and it's being shipped to other parts of Africa and other parts of the country. Agro processing is also becoming a big deal. It's creating a lot of jobs and creating a lot of economic value for the businesses and the investors who are going into it. The family, the young man whose family went into the Ekunfi processing business today are people who are happy because the returns are coming in across this African continent. The last thing I want to speak to is manufacturing. Again, as this continent-wide marketplace has been opened, over 1 billion people, mostly young people, and the middle-income bracket is growing in Africa. The consumption is growing in Africa, but we would be very happy to buy made-in-Africa products, not just products shipped to us from other parts of the world. And wouldn't it be great if these products were manufactured with capital that you have mobilized, expertise that you have brought together, and helped us to put up these plants? Today, the government of Ghana has rolled out the One District, One Factory initiative. Over 125 factories are in operation now, including Ekunfi that I just spoke about, and many more are under construction. But the policy environment is such that it is very well for you to tap into the capital and the knowledge and the resources and to come back home and tap into the policy initiatives available and help us set up some of these manufacturing plants, not just for the Ghanaian market once again, but for the African market. And if you need money, Exim Bank is here. Lawrence is here. They've financed a lot of those factories, especially if you're able to bring some complementary funding from where you are coming. So bring some money home. They will provide some complementary funding. The policy environment is available, and let's do some good business in these areas, not just in Ghana, once again I say, but across the African continent.
Great.
Let me just add something there. What the Minister said, we talk of mechanized agriculture. We need not less than 12,000 tractors every year.
Okay.
And about 8,000 combined harvesters. Very arable land that we need to irrigate. So we need people to come, investors, diaspora to come and complement Ghanaians to do that. Implement factories, set up them, and then create jobs for our people. We talk of mechanized farming that can feed the whole world from Ghana. Thank you.
Great. So thank you so much. But I believe that this goes to Honorable Minister Kojo Pong. You mentioned farms, and so here in Canada, the government have initiatives where, for farming, they try to encourage the youth to get into farm. For instance, there's a program where if you are below 40 years, the government gives up to a certain amount of money. I believe it's about $100,000 to help you start a farm. So what happens is that they try to encourage the youth. But what I found is that in Ghana, most of the people in farming are it's the older generation. So what's the government doing to encourage the youth?
Brilliant question. Brilliant question. It is because over the years, a lot of younger people have not seen the old farmer actually become a rich man.
Right.
And so do not see it as an attractive venture. I'm from a rural constituency as a member of parliament. You find a lot of our young people want to move into the cities to go and look for some other jobs when there's a lot of arable land. But you're right, it's because they're asking what's the support I can get. But there's a lot of support that is being put together currently. In fact, this morning in Accra, my team from my ministry went to a farm, a vegetable farm that was funded by Exim Bank.
Okay.
One of the largest greenhouse vegetable farms funded by Exim Bank. And in a project we do at our ministry called Amplified, where we amplify a lot of these startups, we're going to show the country and the entire world how those who are ready to tap into these initiatives, the logistics that have been put together by what we call the AMSECs, the Agric Mechanization Centers, the funding that is being made available by places like, Exim, the districts that are being supportive. Some districts are being supportive by making land available for oil palm plantation, etc., etc. How those who have tapped into it are actually succeeding. And I would encourage you to follow our social media handles, GIPC's handles, Exim's handles, so that you can consume the kind of information we'll be putting up. But that's an example of how there is support, but you need to reach and tap into it. The National Entrepreneurship Innovation Program, the Ghana Enterprises Agency had a CAP bus support program. All of these are initiatives that are available, but you need to tap into it and put some skin in the game so that you can benefit from the outcomes that others are beginning to benefit from.
Wow, this is great. So there you go. Those of us who are young want to tap into farming, let's do that now. So let's jump quickly to something in communications. I'm just going to go straight to some. So what investment opportunities exist in the digital space for Canadian investors to leverage?
There's plenty. And I'll just tell you a little bit about what we have done in Ghana to create the environment for us to utilize technology to transform our economy and the opportunities that that provides for everyone. Now, when we came into government, President Kufuor had started this biometric national ID project in 2004, and it hadn't quite taken off. But we took the deliberate policy that if we want to build a proper foundation for a digital economy, EID is indispensable. A proper form of identifying people and places are also indispensable. And you need a robust payment infrastructure as well. So everything we did was deliberately targeted as building the foundation to enable us move from being hewers of wood and drawers of water to tapping into the fourth industrial revolution. That's why we put an emphasis on the National ID Card project, to be able to identify people so that it's easy for you to do the KYC, which will enable you to unlock the capital and access funding for whatever you need to do, because the banks and other funding agencies will be able to know who you are. Now, knowing who you are, we need to know where you are located. And so we did the digital address system. And to make it easy for us, like Dr. Baumia said, to put a bank account in everybody's pocket, we needed to look at digital financial services. And so we did the mobile money interoperability system, which links everybody's mobile money account to their bank account, or enables them to transact digitally. The interesting thing about all these three initiatives is that they were developed by Ghanaian tech entrepreneurs. That's what I've said I meant by government using its purchasing power to stimulate the tech ecosystem. I got into a lot of trouble without doing anything because I insisted that we focus on the local tech scene and identify tech entrepreneurs who would be able to build and manage those applications for us. Biometric National ID project is manned by a Ghanaian. The digital, they have other partners from across the diaspora. Like the Akan adage goes, Nyanseni Obakufu Trim. Knowledge isn't in one person's head. But if foreign companies can come to Ghana and utilize local expertise to make money, why can't Ghanaian companies or Ghanaians in the diaspora also build companies, tapping into the expertise of partners across the world and build systems that would have local application but have global impact as well? Mobile money was developed in Kenya. It has transformed the digital financial services generally have been so impacted that even in this part of the world, they're looking at variants of it, even though it was developed to meet the peculiar challenge of the unbanked population, the huge unbanked population in Africa. Our digital property address system also does the same. You take it for granted that you have proper addresses here. But in our part of the world, if you're giving directions to somebody, you now have to look for the blue kiosk and the big gutter and the watch seller and things like that. All of that is now a thing of the past. And because we implemented this digital address system, it has spawned so many other businesses and made it possible for e-commerce to also boom, more or less, and thrive. Payments, fintechs are developing all kinds of payment applications, and even funerals. Now funeral donations are being collected electronically, all because we've put in place the infrastructure to make that happen. Kojo talked about agriculture. There's now so much more going on in that field that it is possible for the farmer to sit in his farm, get weather information, get proper soil science, get extension services, sell their produce, get paid for their produce, all without moving an inch. And because of the digital address system, the logistics infrastructure is also an area that is waiting to just explode. Now, if you buy your products electronically using e-commerce platforms, how is it going to be delivered, picked up from you, the manufacturer, and delivered to the purchaser? You need the last mile logistics chain, which is also encouraging the bicycle, motorbike courier companies to also come into that space. And the big carriers, the trucks and the minivans and all of that are also moving into that space to take advantage of the opportunities that are being created there. Now, your TIN number is your national ID card. Your NHIS, National Health Insurance, is now your national ID card number. Your SNIT, your pensions, is now your national ID number. On top of all of that, you can layer all kinds of applications and services utilizing the data that is created in that ecosystem. So data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all those are areas that are emerging which provide opportunities for so much more to happen in the system. We've done the Ghana.gov payment system, which is moving payments for government goods and services from cash to a cashless system and making it possible for government to get all the money that is due it from people transacting with different ministries, departments, and agencies. If anybody has applied for a passport in Ghana recently, or even for a driver's license, the application is done electronically, payment is done electronically, notification is sent to you that your application has been received. It will be ready for pickup in 2-3 weeks, depending on the service that you provide. You don't need a middleman, a guru-man, to be able to get all those services. And those are some of the structures that we put in place. The Ghana QR code payment system is the first on the continent, which links mobile accounts, bank accounts, and there's so many things that you take for granted in this part of the world. But that are innovations in our part of the world. And we keep saying that, Ghana. It's been done elsewhere, but it seemed impossible for us to do it. But these are all deliberate policies that the government put in place. And it has opened up the space for so much more to take place here. And so, digital services, payment systems, all those are opportunities that are waiting to happen. If you look at even our agricultural sector, like I indicated, when it comes to paying for cocoa purchases, they are carrying truckloads of money to go and pay cocoa farmers for the beans that are purchased each season. All that is changing. And so it is possible for you to have all those payments done electronically. And it is cutting out the risk associated with engaging in all those sectors and making it even more attractive for young people to also move into those services. When you produce your dressmakers, hairdressers, whatever, how do you reach a wider market from the small area that you are in? And I've seen that there's some who are exhibiting here. Did they need to carry all their produce here to this forum to exhibit? Wouldn't it be possible for us to create an electronic platform for you to go and visit to see what's happening on the local fashion scene in Ghana and whether you can also get it here in Canada without moving an inch? It's all possible through e-commerce. So just before I came, about 2 weeks ago, we launched the Continental Free Trade Hub, which is a digital platform which is connecting e-commerce, the logistics chain that I talked about, and even the certification and regulatory agencies in that sector to enable it to be a one-stop shop so that if you are connected to that platform and you have your AFTA number, people know that you are a certified and a good partner for them to engage with, and it reduces the risk. There's a lot of fraud in this sector as well, so you need to be sure that you're dealing with credible companies and organizations that will make it easy for you to engage, not just locally, but globally. So we want to use technology to give effect to the idea that we have put in place through the Continental Free Trade Area. So all you need to do is to be on that platform, register on that platform. People will see you, elevates your business to the continental level. And anyone on the continent can engage with you safely, knowing that you being on that platform means that all the proper background checks have been done. And it is like the, what's this platform? eBay of Africa, to use it, or the Amazon of Africa. So from the delivery service, from the service itself, from the certification from Food and Drugs, and our Food and Drugs Agency is the best on the continent. So if you have applied for their certification in Ghana, you don't need to go and apply for that in Kenya or Nigeria or Rwanda or South Africa. Just that Ghanaian seal of approval from Food and Drugs Authority makes it possible for others to know that, your products and services are of the highest quality. Because I think we're even the first to start the process towards the Category 4 certification on the continent. No other African country has that. That's how good our Food and Drugs Authority is. They are linked on that AFTA platform. So when you are on that platform, you know, and you have the Standards Board Food and Drug certification, anybody buying your product knows that it is of the highest quality and has the proper standards as well. So if we put in place all these platforms, it's easy for the logistics companies, the regulatory agencies, the producers, and the buyers of those services to know that they're transacting on a useful platform, and that if there is any issue that arises, that can also be dealt with safely. We have small companies all trying to do it on their own. You don't need to. We want to provide the infrastructure. It's like the highway or the superhighway that you can move on and do whatever business that you want to transact using technology. And Ghana is truly positioning itself as a black star of Africa and the gateway, the commercial center of Africa. So you do business in Africa. You want to do business in Africa, start with Ghana, and you can reach the entire continent and expand and grow your business. As Yofi indicated in his introductory remarks, there's a lot happening on the continent, and we are poised to transform the narrative and change it from just being a land of opportunity, but to realizing our full potential. And we stand ready to work with all of you who are into the IT and ICT and tech space to see how we can build applications and services to take advantage of all these new opportunities and create the new Africa that we want to see. Our young people can't wait. They're dying for that opportunity. And the demographics are in our favor. And if we give them the skills that they need today, they can transform the world of work globally for everyone. Europe, Asia, and America has an aging population. Africa has a youthful population. And by focusing on giving them the right digital skills today, they can provide the human resources for the global world of work within the next 10 to 30 years. Thank you.
Wow. Great insights. But I have two quick comments, especially the one for the tax identification number that you mentioned. here in Canada, we have the social insurance number, which is, I believe, is similar to the tax identification number that the government has implemented in Ghana, which is, I think, is great. But one of the things that I found here is that when a child is born, we issue a social insurance number right away. When you come to Canada, to enter as a landed immigrant, you are given a social insurance number. So that way we're able to track each and every person using their social insurance number, which is similar to what the Ghana, so that's the Ghana card we are using now. So when a child is born, we give them national ID. That's what I want to clarify.
I think now the registration is starting from when you're 15 years of age. But we want to identify the existing population, and then it moves to giving each child their national ID number at birth, just as is done elsewhere. We have to mop up the existing population before we can start. And I think that even now, if your mother has a national ID number, it's easy for us to track that child. And then when they're 15, they get their number, till we move to the stage where you are at currently.
Okay, that's great. And then one comment also is that we mentioned, I mean, we all know that Ghana, even sometimes when you're from Canada or elsewhere in the diaspora to Ghana, you find out that Ghana is way advanced even in the technology side. The young people, they are doing so amazing things in ICT world. For instance, even at the exhibition today I was working and I found it's a company called Hexagram or something. They are doing so well. He showed me some travel sites. You can be in Canada and book your tickets and all that kind of stuff. So what is your ministry doing to give them global visibility? Because most of them are doing so well in Ghana, but they are not known here. I know that you mentioned that, you know, similar to eBay, we have certain platforms like that. But what framework are we using to promote them more? I know GIPC is doing that, but I don't think it's enough.
We have the Ghana Digital Centers Limited. It started with the Accra Digital Center. But that's the vehicle that we're using to manage the local tech startup ecosystem. And Ghana has one of the most vibrant tech ecosystems on the continent. There's the Kumasi Hive, there's the MEST, what is MEST? I'm trying to remember what the acronym. Yes.
So was it Meltwater?
Entrepreneurial School of Technology. There's so many of them in which the young people are doing so many kinds of, so many amazing things in all sectors. This sector is cross-cutting. So you can't pigeonhole it from agriculture through trade, through tourism, through various aspects of our economy, social life, entertainment. Look at how we used to watch movies in the past. Now we're streaming through all these kinds of streaming platforms, listening to music. All of that are impacted by technology. And so the Ghana Digital Centers Limited, which is currently housed at the Accra Digital Center near State Housing, next door to State Housing, near, in that area. They are the ones who are managing the local tech startup ecosystem. And so they have a whole database of existing companies, young startups, and those who need assistance, those who need hand-holding, all of that are being assisted through that platform. And so even if you contact us, we can put you in touch with them. And they're doing so many amazing things. So in the housing sector, in the travel industry, in tourism, in fashion, in the skincare sector, in the food processing sector. They even give them some kind of assistance and training in terms of how to package their products. And I was talking to Minister Awal that when he was at the Business Development Manager, Minister, the angel investors that he could put some of those young people in. The National Entrepreneurial Innovation Program also exists to facilitate the training, even the Ghana and Enterprises Agency is also providing startup capital and assistance to young tech entrepreneurs and other entrepreneurs. So that is a space to watch, and it is growing very, very rapidly, and they're doing amazing things. Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo. So I would like to go back to Honorable Ibrahim Awal. I just want to go back to the question on Ghana. So December has become like a mainstay on the calendar, on the tourism calendar. We know here, at least we can talk for Canada, now by this time when you go to travel agencies, you will see that December is already booked. Everybody is coming to Ghana. So it has become a main thing that is going on right now. What is the Ghana government doing, to ensure that they retain the potential in financial, social, and cultural investments during that period? Because, for instance, we don't know whether the hotels that they're going to stay in belongs to Ghanaians, or Ghana taxing them properly, or sometimes they come spend their money and the money comes back to the diaspora. So we want to understand how the government is potentially, tapping into that. Because that will be forever. When you go to Jamaica, for instance, when you go there, like, for instance, in the summertime, we all tend to go there for vacation, and the government is making more money from that sector. So what's Ghana doing?
Thank you. That's why we want to go beyond December.
Okay.
We don't want December to be the only month for tourists. That is why we are developing, in fact, activities and events year-round. We want to build our cultural assets. So that's why we want diasporans, the global and African diaspora, to be part of all these events in the system. We're encouraging people to also have what we call Airbnb. They live with the people in the community, and they spend the money with the people. When I come and stay with you, I give you $100. I buy your food, I buy your clothes. That's what I'm encouraging.
Okay.
So even this year, I'm sure we're going to get, in December alone, we're going to get about 45,000 visitors to Ghana. December alone.
Wow.
But we want to do it all year round. And everybody now encouraged to register. Once register with your TIN number and everything, the government gets its own taxes from them. That's why I'm encouraging all of you here, the African and global diaspora, take advantage of the opportunities that we have in the area. The hotels are not owned by foreigners, by Africans, by Ghanaians, so that we create jobs for our people and create prosperity for everybody in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good one. Go ahead.
Just to add something small to it, we should also encourage our people to move from the funeral tourism that we have. We only travel when we're going to funerals, and visit places of interest in the country ourselves and spend to invigorate the local economy. I travel around a lot. I just went to Anthem and posted it on social media, and everybody was oohing and eyeing about it. And I said, it's been under our noses all along, but we don't take advantage of it. So all of us, when you travel back home, don't just go and visit your families from your hometowns, but visit another part of the country and be a local tourist. Spend your vacations in Ghana. Don't go to the Bahamas or to Spain or Jamaica or New York. Go to Leklebi or Bole or wherever. And that would also help.
Thank you. Thank you, Osla.
True. Go ahead.
Let me add on.
Yes.
We're also encouraging domestic tourism. Indeed, through the efforts of Akwesi GT and his people, domestic tourism has moved from 500,000 to about 1 million per annum.
Okay.
Government is spending $25 million this year and next year to revamp and improve our tourist attractions. Today, National Museum, which was closed down since 2015, has been opened. And within 6 weeks, we had 114,000 people visiting, as against only 12,000.
Wow.
Kwame Nkrumah Park, which was built 40 years ago without renovation, is being renovated. By March next year, it's going to be open. From 80,000 visitors to 400,000 visitors per annum. That's what we're investing. Cape Coast, Elmina, Kakum, Morley, they're all been rehabilitated to attract. So please come and visit.
Right.
It's very important for you to do that.
Thank you so much. That's so true. That's so true. What Honorable Esla even alluded to, when we go to Ghana, we tend to stay in one place, go to funerals, and come back. But recently, I was in Ghana. I went to Axim, a place called Blue Moon. I was amazed. You can't compare it to anywhere in the diaspora. So please, when you go to Ghana, make it a tourism place, visit, enjoy the place, not just for funerals. Thank you. Let's jump to the Honorable Kojo upon. You're enjoying. So it's a straightforward question. Are there sufficient linkages between the diaspora and various government agencies to achieve PPPs, which is private, public-private partnerships and other investment goals through trade?
Yes, there are. So you would notice that we have decided to pay particular attention first to the diaspora. I take you back to the Kufuor administration. That was the first time we started organizing what we call the homecoming summits to attract a lot of Ghanaians and Africans from the diaspora to come back to the motherland to see the opportunities and to see how they can participate. In fact, from that very first homecoming summit, we had a lot of people in investment banking and industry of Ghanaian origin and African origin come back home and set up businesses. And today, many of those businesses are doing very well. Mr. Yofi Grant used to work in one of those businesses, actually. That was set up after the very first homecoming summit. Now, the second MPP administration has taken it a step further. So if you paid attention to the Minister of Foreign Affairs address, she talked about the diaspora unit at the ministry. You would also notice that there's also the diaspora unit way up at the office of the president, because the president wants to pay particular attention to what the diaspora unit at the Foreign Affairs Ministry is doing and what sort of higher level relationships we need. In fact, we are here with some of the officials from the diaspora unit at the office of the president. There they are.
They are here, Nadia.
Yeah. Now, at the Ghana Investment Promotion Center as well, we've created a whole diaspora investment unit to pay a particular attention to Ghanaians and Africans in the diaspora and how to mobilize so that we can better facilitate. All of these are now being well coordinated back home. We've actually got legislation we are working on to make it easier for Ghanaians and Africans in the diaspora to tap into opportunities back home and to relate with us back home. And then when it comes to incentives, which is the specific part of your question, there are general incentives. Let me mention, for example, when it comes to industry, the general incentives under industry. Mr. Ahomka-Lindsay, who is here with us, used to be a deputy minister for trade, very instrumental in designing the package of incentives. Robert, if you can just give us a wave where you are. The package of incentives for industry. For example, if you want to come and participate in setting up a manufacturing plant in Ghana, Ghana is one of the few countries where the state will subsidize the loan that you take, the interest on the loan that you take. The interest on the loan that you take for industry, the state subsidizes it. It's one of the few places where you find that in the world. And people like Robert are key in that exercise. There's also a 5-year tax exemption if you are doing manufacturing in Ghana. If you bring in equipment for your plant, it's duty-free in Ghana. It's one of the few countries that is doing this for you. And then we also have some technical support that we're making available. This will go to everybody. But especially if you are from the diaspora, as we deepen the diaspora-related interventions, our expectation is that we can then offer some more sweetness if you are from the diaspora. But even these, I believe, are attractive enough to any potential investor for manufacturing, be you from the diaspora or not.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't know that there is a program like that for the government to subsidize interest on loans.
Actually, it's part of the package of incentives under the One District, One Factory program.
Wow.
So sometimes when you hear One District, One Factory, the unfortunate thing is that a lot of the conversation gets lost in political banter. Right. But if you actually go down to look into the body of interventions, you find all of these interventions under the One District, One Factory program. So please come, and if you're looking for land, come to Ofonsia Yoruba, we'll give you land for that.
Wow,
factory.
There you go. And Achim down as well. Okay, so this very question, I think, I think all three of you can, just answer. We'll go one by one and see. The impact of the diaspora on economic development is felt in three main areas: trade, investments, and the transfer of knowledge and skills. How is the government leveraging its tremendous diaspora potential to promote national development? So, for instance, we've been talking about trade, investments. What about the technical skills? For those of us here in the diaspora that have gone to school, we've achieved a lot. We have the technical know-how, we have the experience, especially when it comes to logistics. Canada is one of the best logistics countries in the world, as we are aware, and so we can bring some of our skills to Ghana. Or does the government have some plans for technical and skills that we can bring back, and what's the channel? We can all comment on it.
Could you answer that? But before he comes in, there's what we call, there's an interministerial committee working on what we call the Homeland Return Act. Hopefully next year, that act will pass, Parliament will look at it, Cabinet will pass, Parliament will look at it. It's going to encourage people like you, the diaspora, to come home, citizenship, and settle and do business. You're not going to have this struggle again. So hopefully by the end of next year, this Homeland Return Act will be passed. It will pass, and then to encourage diasporans to come home, own land, invest, and do business in Ghana. Could you?
Okay.
Actually, he's provided the answer. Because that is the big legislation. In fact, I just used the word legislation, but he's fleshed it out a bit some more. That's a big legislation that would have embodied in it a lot of incentives that make it attractive for people in the global diaspora to come back and participate in various parts of our economy. But when it comes to skills, I think already we have demonstrated that, at least as an administration, we have a good appetite for bringing in Ghanaians from the diaspora who have a good skill set. In fact, from the highest levels of government, even down to the district assembly level, there are DCEs today who were Ghanaians in the diaspora and who were invited in. 95 appointees in general.
95, wow.
Are from the diaspora. 95 of the current administration's appointees are the higher government level, including as granular as district chief executives. Some who had, a very peculiar skill set and who were brought in, to come and serve. And then when you go into the various parts of even government, the skill set that is available in the diaspora is a skill set that we are very interested in, and we're happy to bring it back home, to assist in the work that we're doing. But like you mentioned, the legislation will then open it up some more so that we can go deeper.
Honorable Esla.
I think in my sector, North American diasporans have taken over the leadership of my sector, from the NCA to GIPC to even NITA. Your own Prince Sefa is heading GIPC now, which is our universal service agency in charge of rural telephony. So I think we've demonstrated that we have an appetite for attracting Ghanaians in the diaspora with the requisite skills to come in and work. But there's more. If you look at what's happening in this sector, some of the skills may not be available locally. And so necessarily we will look at Ghanaians in the diaspora first before we look at other expatriates to come and engage in this sector. Recently, the government has taken over Airtel Tigo and is taking over significant aspects of Glo, which is roaming on the Airtel Tigo network currently. Airtel is Indian, Tigo is South American. Because of COVID-related difficult challenges, they've decided to de-invest in Africa and look towards their own continents as they consolidate their holdings. What stops Ghanaians from also looking at opportunities in that sector, particularly Ghanaians in the diaspora, coming in with other partners to build local telecommunications infrastructure locally? It is possible. It is capital intensive, yes, but once the opportunities exist, the banks have an appetite to also support those sectors, because you will always get a return on your investment if you do it properly. There may be an opportunity with Vodafone as well. So I would invite those who are interested in taking up an interest in that area to also look back home. There's also significant opportunities in the business process outsourcing sector as well, as more companies look to cut their cost of providing services. They're looking at countries like ours. India grew a whole industry out of business process outsourcing. We speak better English than the Indians do. And we are in the center of the world. So whether in the east or the west, we are more easy to do business with because we are on the Greenwich Meridian. There are opportunities there for companies to locate their call center services in Ghana so that we can take care of these other aspects of their business that they can easily outsource. So that's an opportunity right there for you to also look at. Data centers. We want to keep our data on the continent instead of it being hosted in Ireland or other jurisdictions where those countries can have access to our sensitive data. So we're looking at opportunities to build data centers and cloud computing infrastructure locally to serve not just Ghana, but the continent. We have more developed digital infrastructure than many of our neighbors. And so they can also tap into the resources and infrastructure that we put in there to serve at least the West African continent. So there really are a lot of opportunities available back home. We would urge you to look and explore into those areas. And we stand ready to facilitate it at any time that you choose to take the plunge. It may seem risky, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Right. And without taking the risk, you will not benefit from the returns and the massive returns that you can make from those investments back home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Folks, as you can see, there are so many opportunities. We can keep going on and on and on. But for the sake of time, we'll be taking a couple of questions from you guys quickly, maybe 3 questions, so that we will be able to conclude. I see a lot of people have their hands up. I'm going to try and attempt to see who rose their hand first. It's going to be difficult to do that. I know, it's a foreigner, so I have to call first. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to do this. I'm going to take one from Mr. Alex Dakum, then one over here. So let's take Mr. Alex Dakum first. Sorry, we'll be taking maybe 5 questions, but it's going to be quick. Please, panel, if you can give them quick answers. And then we'll come one over there as well. So we'll take 5. So Mr. Alex Dakum, let it be brief and quick, and it should only focus on investment, trade, and maybe tourism. That's it. We shouldn't go anywhere not close to that, not land sales and all that. Please. Okay. And see registration. Let's go ahead, Mr. Alex Dakum. Yeah, we're doing 5 questions. 5 questions quickly, please. So I'll come to you. Mr. Alex, let's be quick.
Thank you, Mr. Oduyemo, and thank you to the panel. We appreciate you all taking the time to come here, your effort in trying to attract investments from us, the diasporans. I met this gentleman earlier, the guy with the audiovisual stuff. Apparently, our paths crossed a bit. We worked for the same company at a point in time, but the relevance for this little story is that the guys who actually started this company, the Teal brothers that I got to know, I worked with that company to the point of an assistant controller, is that they started when they were in a university somewhere in Quebec. They were doing transistors, and then they got into the audiovisual company. I mean, we were doing teleconference way before, in the early 90s, before Zoom. So that tells you a history. they come from a farming background. Their parents were farmers, and they got into this other division. They did very well. So they bought companies, merged them, and now they've moved on. And as we spoke, I learned that they're no longer doing it. I know the Till brothers are now into the winery business, so they've gone back into, into farming. Right. So it is good, and I thank you all for what you're doing. Anything that you're doing for your own country, it's excellent. And I know sometimes it's not easy. You guys get all these bad raps and all that. But what I think we should also be doing, for some of us who've worked in this place, in corporate Canada, corporate America, we know how aggressive the Westerners are. Whenever they come down to invest, they are expecting 1,000,000% on a return on their investments. We talked about adding value to cocoa, where we get, we do, 8 million, yet, when it goes out to Swiss, they make so much. So that gives you an idea in terms of their expectation of return on that. What I want us to do, or what I would suggest, is that what are we doing in an effort to scout young Ghanaians, even from the university level, because some things are inbred, okay, where you got it or you don't have it. Young Ghanaians from the university, scout, get them, give them some soft loans for business startups that would have interest, because those who really understand investments here, okay, I'm not sure the extent to which, they want to do anything unless they are used as conduits, where the expectation is really known, you see. So it is an area that I think we should spend a lot of effort growing, homegrown investors, young guys from the beginning, So that is.
So thank you so much, Mr. Alex. I think that was a suggestion to the team, or unless you want to comment quickly, or we should go ahead. So let's go quickly to Mr. Dodu, and then we'll come to Doctor here. Doctor brought a lot of money. He's an investor. Actually, we are here to move money to Ghana. So we'll let him talk quickly, because I've attended this event, and I know he has a lot of money to invest. So let's go quickly, Mr. Dodu, and we'll come to
mine is a very short one. First and foremost, I just want to thank, today we've been, Fred, maybe before I even speak, I'm the president of the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario. And today, listening to Mr. Yofi Grant, our community, we are thrilled for what he has presented today. May we give them a hand of applause. That was incredible presentation, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also the panel, just listening to you guys today, on behalf of our community, I want to thank you. Your information is very, very on spot and on point. I don't know what to say, but I'm encouraged by what I heard and what you guys are doing for our motherland, Ghana. On that note, I think Mr. Leblanc, I don't know whether he's still here, he did say something about labor shortage. I think it might not be a question, but it's something you can take back. When you look at it today, when you make phone calls about technology issues, sometimes the phone is picked up in Colombia, in Brazil, in Philippines. These countries are not English-speaking countries. We are fortunate that we are an English-speaking country. How do we develop global resourcing so that our country will be a source of employment for our young people? Because when I go to Ghana, I see all these young people who are very smart, intelligent, and smart. They have everything. So that's what I want to suggest. The second thing I think, Honorable Isla, you talk about it, about Ghana card. Wherever I go, I hear that. How do we get it? Those of us in diaspora, please, we want us to be decentralized in such a way that we can go to our consulate and have all these cards. And I think we're here to assist you, to work with you logistically to make sure that happens. But the last note, the word is optimism. I'm very optimistic about what I heard. You guys are amazing. I know Ghana has a future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dodu. Let's go to the investor here, Doctor. We met before. You gave out 100 million on the spot last time we met. If you can do that for Ghana today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Haider Uzzaman from Canadian Overseas Business Incorporation. I visited Ghana recently in the beginning of May and been a Ghanaian lover for sure. Thank you for inviting us for this event. Excellencies and honorable guests, few questions. I have not seen that you have addressed your bureaucratic affairs. When I sent some emails, I don't want to mention which ministry, which departments. I never received a reply. Never received a reply last 1.5 years. Even if you want, I can get your consulate to be the witness for that. I was copying them as well. Number one. So when you want big investment, definitely we are here. We can arrange that, for sure. Definitely. But you need to be fast and you need to address this bureaucratic affairs issue. I was there for 16 days in Ghana, beginning of May. I did not meet any of the governmental officials except Ghana Post CEO. Unfortunately, he's not here. And we discussed about all this that you are talking about, your transportation sector, your logistics, your information technology, microfinance. And unfortunately, I was born in Bangladesh. And Professor Yunus, the father of microfinance, he is willing to come to Ghana. I promote him into whole Africa. But we need a kind of interactive administration. You are doing great, I'm sure. I'm sure that some of our friends will not like my wordings, but I can't help it. We are investors. We are not liabilities to anybody. We definitely have a bigger demand in the market. So how you are going to address your bureaucracy, number one. Number two, how your energy safety and security for the investment, you are going to ensure that we have enough energy, electricity, water, gas, and other infrastructural facilities when we bring large size investment. A project that we are talking right now is about 2.5 billion, and another one we are talking about 100 million with a Ghanaian partner. So these are a few questions that I want to ask, and then one information in few seconds. I'm sure I've not taken more than 2 minutes, I guess. One information is Bangladesh being the largest country to import cotton. They import $12 billion worth of cotton at the moment, and we are very interested. We can give you a buyback guarantee for next 30 years if you can produce cotton and export to us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. So
thank you.
Doctor was asking about the bureaucracy in Ghana as well as the infrastructure. I mean, I've worked with him before, and I was at an event where he brought some companies, and they actually gave money out right away for investment, about 100 million. I've done so many programs with him, and I know he's a serious person. So it's something that we need to address. And so we'll take it as a feedback. I'm not sure if you want to address it now.
I'm sorry, we have one last question.
So we're going to take one more question, one last.
We have a young man.
Can we do 2 questions?
Only one, but our time is limited right now.
Time is up, sorry. So we have Mr. Alex.
We will have a networking time that any of you can go to them and communicate and whatnot.
We can talk one-on-one.
One last.
So let's finish up.
One last question over here.
Yes, one last question over there.
It's over here, Mr.
There.
Odo.
Oh, okay. Okay, so my name is Alex.
Let's be quick, please. Straight to the question.
My question is basically this, that as we seek to get diasporans to invest in Ghana, I just want to know in which department do we have to send the money to? Say if I want to invest $1,000, what is the platform? Where do I send the money? And what sort of industry is my money going to go in? And what sort of returns am I going to get? Because we're talking investment here.
Okay.
In Canada, what we know is that when you do investment, you get returns.
Yes.
And so before you leave, you will have to give us a platform or a particular institution, and how ready are they to accept the money so that we can even see, like on the stock market.
Wow.
When if I put my money in stock market here, I can go by the next day or any time in the night and go and see how much my money is doing. So we want to know the platform where our money will be going to. Then that will basically encourage us to do that. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think last question has been asked. Please, Father will ask the last question because he prayed for us to start. So he's going to ask the last question. And then we are done. He's been standing, go ahead. And then Father will ask the last question, and then we are done.
Yes.
Oh, and then one more youth there.
Absolutely what I was getting ready
so
to
let's
say.
be quick and then we'll go ahead.
You know, we have a lot of
no, let's go straight to the question, please.
Yes. Just go on.
Just go on.
You know, I think it's vital that we give the youth an opportunity to speak so you can hear their voice. My question here is about sustainability in business practices. I have a healthcare company, and next month we're taking our first initiative in bringing a group of doctors to come to Ghana to do philanthropy work. And what they constantly ask me is, how do you establish sustainability after you have come in, you've taken an initiative program? How do you work with the locals or with the Ghanaians there to sustain your program once you from the diaspora leave and come back to Canada? How do you establish that? One thing that our parents have always feared is when they go back home and set up a company or set up business, they hire, either through family but when they leave, the businesses tend to collapse. So for our generation, how do we come back and apply ourselves and have that confidence that our businesses that we establish could be sustainable?
Okay. Can I start answering some of the questions?
Yes, please.
So the questions are very interesting. First to Doctor from my friend from India and from Bangladesh. First and foremost, we are in an aggressive reform mode, even at the government level, to try and remove a lot of the bureaucracies that exist and improve the, what should I call it? The, should I say, the environment for investment in business. Ghana has what we call a silent goal of making Ghana the best place to do business in Africa and the best place to invest. That means a lot of reform. Some of them are sometimes popular, some of them unpopular, and you know that already. It's difficult to do, but we are engaged actively in doing that. At the GIPC, we've had approximately 24 stakeholder meetings to let people and agencies understand why those reforms are necessary. But they are difficult, but they will happen. So we are working aggressively for that. I have gone all over the place, and I realize that bureaucracies exist everywhere. They're not easy to, eliminate. They do exist for various reasons, to cut out fraud, to make sure you're doing the right things, to make sure the taxes are in the right places and all that. But what I can assure is that in Ghana, we are very serious about those reforms, and that is why we still keep hearing good news about foreign direct investment that goes to Ghana. Just last year, the World Investment Report says that Ghana was able, despite all the difficulties, Ghana was the second highest attractor of investment to West Africa, of $2.65 billion. The highest was from Nigeria, based on one project. Nigeria, it was just one project, the oil and gas project in Escrovos. But so we constantly put out these messages, but when you have problems, there's one place that you come to. GIPC has a very aggressive and active aftercare service unit that even preempts problems to solve them before they occur. And I would urge you that perhaps you should talk to us more often, and we'll make sure that things work out. Now, on the chap who said if he had a tax, where should he go? It depends on what you want to invest in. But you yourself have answered the question with the Ghana Stock Exchange, which has been an extremely active stock exchange, and in certain years has been one of the best performing. So today's world, there are no limitations as to where to go. Just go on the internet. You find amazing sources that can give you the data you want, where you think you want to invest and how to go through. But of course, the stock exchange is the most transparent because all the companies listed there would give you more the information that you want. Additionally, GIPC is looking at having outposts in certain strategic countries like the Emirates, the UK, the US, and perhaps Canada, that in future you can have direct access to. But we work with all the agencies. We don't work in isolation. So if it's a tourism investment that you want to do, apart from the initial opening of the gateway for you, we refer you to either GTA or the Ministry of Tourism. If it's in technology, we refer you to the Ministry of Technology that takes care of technology. If it's in mining, we refer you to the mining authorities, and in energy authorities. But I'll urge you to try. I keep telling people that regardless of wherever you are in the world, the stock markets are probably some of the safest bets you can. But also recognize that you can put money in the stock exchange and lose, but you can put money and gain a lot. But the thing is, like was said, no venture, no gain. What we will do as GIPC is to have access points where you can come to us if you have a problem and you have a question. You can ask us and we'll try and give you the best possible advice for you. Thank you. And the last one was on
health. Is taking some doctors to Ghana.
It's sustainability. And you posed a very curious question, because that question does not only apply to Ghana, it applies to everywhere. If you set up a business in Canada and you leave and go somewhere, you definitely have to employ people to look after it for you. It's your choice as to who you want to employ. I'm sure there are great people here who will take your business and run with it. I can give you a story, an anecdotal story. You know, McDonald's. The two brothers who founded McDonald's were not the ones who, in the end, set up the McDonald's that you know today. It was somebody they employed who took the idea and decided that, let me commercialize it, because these guys were risk averse. So the family doesn't own a sou in McDonald's anymore. Somebody else took it and grew it and has grown it to where it is. The thing is to identify the partnerships that would enable you to grow. And yes, you did say, well, you might go to Ghana and you put family people. You are not obligated to put family people in your business. You are not at all. Find people who partner you. Bill Gates found people who were his friends and co-invested with them. Today, they are all billionaires. You know, and you may not even like somebody, but if he's going to make your business grow and make you money, you might decide that he's the partner I want. You know, so don't limit it to the thinking that, oh, no, I have to give it to... No. Think of it in terms of returns on the money you have worked hard to build and how to protect it. And I think that will help you. I think Ghana... Kojo will give you some of the avenues that are there for young people in Ghana.
I just wanted to make a quick point that straddles between the two. We are here to sell you the big opportunities in Ghana, but you have a responsibility to ensure that you deal with what any businessman will deal with. Get a good lawyer. If you are coming with money market or capital market instrument, you need a good investment firm to literally deal for you, just like how you would do here. Is it a bank? Is it an asset management company? Who is your law firm? If you are coming to incorporate an entity or work in partnership with another person, I encourage you, the right thing you have to do, get an entity properly incorporated. What's your shareholding in it? What is the corporate governance structure that you are putting around it to ensure that your investments, like would be done in any other country, are well managed for you? So it's not a peculiar Ghanaian thing. You have a responsibility to ensure that you deal with the right kind of entities that you deal with anywhere in the world. A good lawyer, good investment bank or bank to work with, good corporate advisory people who will help you to hire the right kind of workers who would, superintend your investments for you. I think there's a young person, and then there's a lady. I think we should hear from the ladies as well. So one female, one young person, and then we can wrap up.
So go ahead. Let him go ahead and then.
So good afternoon, lovely people, lovely conversations. I love whatever you guys are speaking about. I'm from Nigeria, but I love my other African countries. So I've been listening to this conversation for a really long time, and there's a really, really huge sector I feel like you guys didn't really talk about, the security and safety, the industry. Because I want to ask this question. So how do we plan on changing the norm of lack of security in Africa, the perception? Because there's a reason why a lot of people don't come to Africa. Me, I go to Nigeria a lot. I was born in Nigeria. But I come here, I'm around my peers, and they don't want to go to Africa. They want to invest their money in Africa because they're scared of scamming. They are scared, they go to different places, they could get kidnapped. So how do you plan on changing that perception in Canada? How do you guys plan on doing that for the young people? Because a lot of people don't want to come there because they're scared. That's what they hear every single time. So that's what I want to ask you.
All right, thank you. And if we can hear from the lady, and then we'll respond to both.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers. Mine is just a short and something that is very, very concerning. It's been a long time. I think year by year we keep asking the same question. We used to have Ghana Airways. And when we are traveling, we have to go through so many, transit, and it's so frustrating. We've been asking this question anytime somebody comes here, it's going to be done, it's going to be done. I think it would have been nice as you come in from Ghana, you come straight. You will love it as well. So our Ghana Airways is taken from us. We have Ethiopia Airlines, we have Egypt Airlines, and they are all, you know, our own African. They are doing well. I'm pleading. This goes with tourism. If you are doing that, that should go with it together. And we're having so many people visiting Ghana. So please, I'm just pleading. You highlighted on it that is going to be done. But that's what we hear every year. That's what we hear every year. Please do something about it.
Thank you so much. So let's answer these questions.
Yeah, let me deal with the question from my Nigerian brother. So I'll deal with it in two parts. The first part is that governments everywhere, governments in Africa, have the primary responsibility to ensure that safety and security are upheld in their various jurisdictions. In Ghana, there's a lot that we have done. It's been one of our biggest items. You would notice a lot of security-related spending and security-related initiatives. I just returned from parts of the country that we toured with the president, where we have shored up more equipment and men to ensure that our borders are secure, and some of the challenges that you are facing in the northern part of Nigeria do not, you know, flow into our jurisdiction. But the governments have the first responsibility to ensure that that is done. And we're doing that. Our president has led something we call the Accra Initiative, aimed at also helping other West African countries share in the lessons that we've been able to learn over the years and provide some stronger security within their borders, because that is key if you want business and investment to flow. The second part of it is that we have to therefore, or subsequent to that, show up the positive narrative about doing business in Africa, the safety in various regions, so that here in Canada and other parts of the world, they can know that in reality, it's safe to do business in these parts of Africa. And if indeed there are challenges in some parts of Africa, while the governments deal with those ones, and then they restore hope and confidence in the architecture there, then we can spread that narrative as well. I'll let Minister Awal deal with the good news about the national carrier.
Thank you. Cabinet just approved there's a policy for us to a national carrier, and hopefully next year when we are talking to you at this time, there will have been a Ghana national carrier. So you can be assured that it's not like the same old story. It's different. Outside that, we're encouraging a lot of private sector people to do it. There will be a lot of conversations going on, and I can assure you, by next year, something good will happen. So just be sure about that. Again, my brother from Nigeria, the CNN effects, don't follow it too much. CNN, BBC, they talk about Africa is one country. When something happens in Nigeria, they say Africa. We have 1.3 so billion people in Africa, 55 countries. Why do you use a negative thing to put as if Africa is just one country? Meanwhile, when they portray Africa as a negative country with all hunger, insecurity, disease, they come and do business. They are there. Why do you want to be discouraged from doing business in your own continent? Let us get out of the CNN effects. There's real opportunity, peace and stability in most of Africa. Seize it and do it. We Africans want to be very optimistic.
That's true.
Yeah, seize
true.
it.
That's true.
Why it's always about CNN, what does CNN says the agenda? Africa, large part of Africa are very peaceful, optimistic, investment friendly. Seize it and come over. Don't let them deceive you.
Thank you so much. I see so many hands up. Everybody wants to ask so many questions. We'll be here tomorrow, I guess. I'm not sure if we can do one question there, and we cannot be continuing, and then one more lady, and we are done. Maybe tomorrow? Okay. We are so tired. Let's continue tomorrow. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. It's been exciting. MC.
Center of the world and home to the headquarters of the AFCFTA. Abundant resources and limitless opportunities for business and investment. A great story of growth and attractive returns in a fast transforming country. Be part of this great opportunity and optimism. Invest in Ghana. Make it happen with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC. Connect, let's talk, and guide you through numerous incentive packages for investment. We are open and ready for partnerships to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana. Locate us at Vivo Place Cantonment Accra or call us 0302-665-12529. Online at www.gipc.gov.gh and on all social media platforms at GIPC Ghana. Drop us a mail, info@gipc.gov.gh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done with the program. Please, We only have 2 more things and we're done. Please, please, you can have more time with our diplomats and ask direct questions. Please, 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 we can have the questions after. Thank you to all the diplomats. Please give our panelists a round of applause for the amazing session. I know a lot of you have many, many questions that you want to talk to them. You can have an opportunity to talk to them on the side. There is lunch being served. We don't want it to get cold, so we're going to get straight into the other parts of the program. We have one more individual that needs to come up and speak before we call our High Commissioner to come on up. Mr. Echo, please come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, we know you have more questions. We want to make sure that all of you have time to speak with these diplomats on the side. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're not done yet. We would like you to please kindly have a seat.
Center of the world and home to the headquarters of the AFCFTA. Abundant resources and limitless opportunities for business and investment. A great story of growth and attractive returns in a fast transforming country. Be part of this great opportunity and optimism. Invest in Ghana. Make it happen with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC. Connect, let's talk, and guide you through numerous incentive packages for investment. We are open and ready for partnerships to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana. Locate us at Vivo Place Cantonment Accra or call us 0302-665-12529. Online at www.gipc.gov.gh and on all social media platforms at GIPC Ghana. Drop us a mail, info@gipc.gov.gh. GIPC, your first port of call for investing in Ghana.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all your help. Please, I would like to call on the CEO of IT Consortium. Please give a big, big round of applause for IT Consortium CTO, Mr. Romeo Kwame Bujay. They have a special presentation to speak briefly before our High Commissioner, His Excellency, come on down and speak to us and close the ceremony so that we can move on to lunch.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Romeo Bujay and I'm with our CTO, Ebuana Mamensa. So we'll give you a little presentation about our company and the reason why we are here to engage the diaspora community in one of our global products that we are situating to ensure that monies that are sent to Ghana are secure, transparent, and you can track. ITC has been a company for the past 21 years, and so we've been doing a lot of payment things in Ghana. And some of the things that were shared, the ministers talked about, we are actually involved in the Ghana.gov payment that is creating transparency for payment in Ghana so that removing the human aspect and allowing government to get their money. From the time we established this platform, at the end of every year, all monies that are collected in the country move directly into Bank of Ghana to ensure that government have their money once people pay. So if you could give us a little bit of your attention so that we go through this presentation, it won't take more than 20 minutes for us to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll try and make this quick since item 13 has already been announced. So a little bit about us, IT Consortium. We are known as a fintech or a technology company. We are an enhanced service provider licensed by the central bank. We process over 1.5 million, process transactions for about 1.5 million users each month, and process over $300 million worth of transactions a month. We work with over 100,000 businesses in the country and in other countries. And today, sorry, I think. Hold on. Okay. And we also specialize in providing solutions for workflow automation. And I think one thing that was mentioned was the processing of passports in Ghana, and we're involved in that project. Okay. I think the presentation is going ahead of me, so I'll try and make it fast. All right, so today I'm here to talk about Chango. And Chango is an app designed to meet the financial goals of social groups. So as Africans, we are very social. We keep our ties, although we are all over the world. And we currently use the various social tools that you are familiar with to keep in touch with each other, whether we're in the same country or across the world. Now, there are many reasons why people come together, whether it's just to keep in touch, for various reasons, either to be a member of a group, so on and so forth. Now, some of these groups have, beyond the regular goals we know, have some financial goals for being together because they need to meet some financial needs. And traditionally, how this works is if there's a group that needs to put money together or send money back home, either they give it to someone who's traveling back home or use the electronic means that are available, so remittance or transfer money through a bank. Now, what's wrong with these processes is usually there's a problem with integrity. When you give it to someone, will that person actually send it to the destination you intended it to go, or will it be used for the purpose for which it was sent? And so there's not enough transparency, and there's very little control once that money has left. Now, this is the reason why we developed Chango, and Chango is supposed to meet the financial needs of social groups. Now, depending on what kind of group it is, all this can be managed within an app, all right? And I'll just talk a little bit about how that works. So we have a site, changoapp.com, and we have a mobile app where you could go register, download the app, and utilize. Now, once you have the app, you can create an account, link your source of funds, whether it's a card or mobile money, as is used in Africa a lot. Once you've linked these as your source of funds, then you create a group. And a group is country-specific. Once you create a group, you set up your policies, you then add the members of your group. So they could be anywhere in the world, not just in Ghana, anywhere in the world. And contributions can be made anonymously or identified. They can be made on behalf of members in the group. And they can also be recurring, automated. Now, once you have the group and the members of the group start making their contributions, to take money out of the group would have to vote to agree. So basically, the administrator would initiate money leaving the group, and the members of the group would all receive notification about that cash out, and they have to agree. If one person disagrees, the whole process stops. So you could have a group with your siblings, and you amass some money together, maybe 1,000 cedis, and you want to pay for probably a caretaker who's taking care of the family house. And you've agreed to pay the person 100 cedis. And so once the leader of that group initiates that payment, he can initiate that payment directly to the bank account or wallet of that recipient. Everybody is notified, and if I don't agree, because we said we're giving 50 cedis, the whole process stops there. So that's how it works. Now, there's a portion of, or another use case of Chango, which is crowdfunding. And we use this to raise funds for government or non-government organizations. And this is open to everyone. It doesn't require an individual creating a group. So in Ghana today, we have groups like Save a Heart crowdfunding campaign that is aimed at getting 1 million people to contribute 5 Ghana cedis every month so that we could pay for the operations of children who need whole in heart surgery. And that becomes free for those families. We have various people using it for different needs. And because this can be accessed on a browser, it doesn't really require an app. It can be done from anywhere in the world. We support the USSD, which is used mainly by the informal sector in Africa to be able to make these contributions as well. So let me go through quickly a number of use cases. So we've seen people use this, families, for instance, use this to pay for the school fees of children in the family. At times, you have a family member who's abroad and one who is in the country. And usually, they'll send these funds. Sometimes they send these funds and they don't actually go to the school. So now, that parent can send the money on Chango. If the one locally is also contributing, can put his contribution in. And when it's time to pay, they simply have to specify the account of the school. All those in that group get notified, and once they agree, the funds are now dispensed to the group. So that's where it brings about the transparency and the control, because you know exactly where that money is going. Or it could be a family that's planning a funeral back home and wants to make sure that the monies they are putting together are then dispersed to the appropriate places. So Chango enables that, because once you create that group and the contributions are coming in, you as a group can now take control and decide who you are paying for what service, so on and so forth. Or it could be a construction project or a development project that you are managing remotely. For each service provider that you need to pay, whether they are laborers or a company that has come to install doors, all those can be specified in the app in a cash out, and so the funds will go exactly to where you have specified, and you have visibility to see that. Chango provides all the historic reports on every contribution and every cash out that is made, and anyone who's a member of the group can print a statement from Chango. You could use it to plan weddings. We've seen a lot of people use it for wedding planning. And one big use case is for old school groups who every year there's 1 year group trying to put money together to help their alma mater either build a new hostel facility or renovate classroom blocks or build new accommodation for teachers. And we find that they're using Chango is a lot easier because now they don't have to send money to one person's account and not know what happens to that money. They all see the money coming into one pot, and then when they have to send that money to the school or to whatever beneficiary, it's visible for all. So we have NGOs using it. We have people putting money together for medical reasons to pay for operations. And we've had companies who have used Chango to raise debt for startup companies. And like I mentioned before, this is an app that is approved by the central bank. So using it, you know that there's oversight from our regulatory body. Our target for Chango is to get this in every country in Africa and the rest of the world. Okay. So coming to Canada, one reason why we came was to look for a business partner, and for two reasons. One, we are looking at engaging the diaspora community here so that they could use this app for the financial goals they have with members back home, but also to look at the opportunity of creating a group in Canada. As I said before, a group is country-specific. So once you create a group in a country, it means that every contribution to that group will reside in that country. And so when we first started introducing Chango, we realized that there are a lot of diasporan groups who had need to use the app within the country they were in. So with a partner in Canada, we'll be able to have the ability for you to create a group here. And so the monies that are contributed are here in Canada. And when you are cashing out, it's to accounts here in Canada. The example I showed, when you create a group in Ghana, it means every contribution, doesn't matter where it's coming from around the world, is available in Ghana. And it's available instantly. So if you contribute money today and the next hour you want to dispense those funds to a destination, it's available immediately to you. So we hope that by tomorrow, we'll be able to have some interactions with some of you and see what opportunities are there to introduce this here as well. So thank you, and if you have any further questions, we have a spot outside, and you can come and we can have a discussion to see how we can collaborate. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause, please. We are right at the end of the program before we get to the business-to-business interactions in the hallway, and definitely lunch is being served at the moment. We would like all those that got their food to please, you can come inside. There's a table, you can sit down. You can still enjoy your meal. But we would like to call the Honorable His Excellency Ransford Anthem Sower, our Ghana's High Commissioner to Canada, to come up and close this occasion for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. I wish to acknowledge the presence, unfortunately in absentia, of Mr. Marcel Lebleu, Director General of Central and West Africa Department, Global Affairs, Canada. I would also wish to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Shirley Ayoko-Botwe, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, who graced the occasion virtually. Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekufu, Minister for Communications and Digitalization. Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mohamed Awal, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Minister for Information. I'd also acknowledge all the CEOs and officials of state institutions from both Ghana and Canada, and captains of private enterprises from Ghana and Canada. I saw a couple of traditional religious leaders from Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a great honor to be called upon to give the closing remarks for this groundbreaking event in the annals of investment promotion between Ghana and Canada. I wish to commend the Ghana Investment Promotion Center and the various state institutions from Ghana for collaborating to organize the Ghana Diaspora Investment Summit in this beautiful city, Toronto. Today has been a very high level of attendance, and I could only say that the event has been very successful. However, we have to keep in mind the silhouette of a state in mourning, occasioned by the death of Queen Elizabeth II, head of state of Canada and our Commonwealth of Nations. I wish to commend the various speakers of the day for their expert and insightful presentations, and I agree that justice has been done to the theme for the event, which by all intents and purposes is geared towards consolidating Ghana's ambitious drive as a major investment destination in the region. I wish to stress that the Ghanaian delegation in Canada has taken note of the various policy directions and inputs provided during the deliberations, and those recommendations will hopefully shape the mission's present and future initiatives and operations. I can only say that I have extremely positive impressions about the goodwill expressed by all levels of Canadian public and private sectors towards Ghana. And I wish to declare that the time is ripe for the private sector in both Ghana and Canada to seize the moment through the available opportunities to entrench business relationships, since that is the pathway to doubling the current volume of trade between Ghana and Canada. Our diaspora clearly are very interested in investing in Ghana, and as they rightly heard from the various quality and detailed presentations, Ghana is going to continue to provide the right investment climate back home. So please do continue to focus on Ghana and go and do business there. I express my appreciation to all the participants for their attendance and restate that the Ghana Mission in Canada looks forward to sequels of further engagements to facilitate long-term and successful business relationships that could be traced to this very successful event. From the questions which were asked earlier on, I noticed that there are many people who are interested in finding a way to go back to Ghana from the diaspora. Well, I would urge you all to come back tomorrow, because there will be a speaker who left England, went back to Ghana, is a very successful businessman today. So I would urge all of you, do come tomorrow. I thank you all for your attention, and I wish to assure all participants that tomorrow is going to be another great day. I thank you.
In thinking about Britannia or establishing a UK hospital in Ghana, there were three main ideas that we considered or we focused on. One is to provide a courteous and positive environment for clients so that clients' needs, both emotionally and physically, are met. Secondly, we felt it was necessary to bring together a team of professionals that really deliver what the client wants. And then finally, we felt that it's important to focus on quality above every other consideration. We don't use junior doctors in this hospital. Every person here is of middle expertise or very senior expertise, so that the quality is assured. I'd worked in the UK and in the Middle East for 25 years, but I'd always had a vision to come back home one day and deliver some care at home. Now, as an obstetrician looking after pregnant women in Manchester, we hardly lose a lady during the course of pregnancy or delivery. But while I was in Ghana, I noticed that that is quite a common occurrence. So I knew that somehow some of the things I've learned back in the West, I need to bring it back home. So Britannia actually started in 2020, January. That's when we basically open our doors to clients. We're still in the growth phase. Thankfully, we're starting to get noticed, and we're starting to get a lot of corporate clients coming to talk to us. We provide specialty services in pediatrics, obstetrics, internal medicine, general surgery, urology. We're just about to start dental and eye services. We do quite a few surgeries here. I myself am a gynecologist, so we do quite a bit of gynecological surgery. Our main objective is really to set up a teaching hospital, a respectable teaching hospital here in Ghana that is of Western standard. Currently, we're a 33-bed capacity establishment. The plan really is to build a 4-story ward in the next few years, a surgical block, an IVF and cancer service, doctors' flats and nurses' flats. Currently, we employ about 20 staff. That is just our full-time staff. We have about a similar number that are doing part-time nurses and midwives that come and help us, and also some doctors as well. The thing that makes people come here all the time is our focus on client services. We are here to wow the client. And the other thing that we focus on a lot is quality. I knew that with the government digital agenda, it's going to open up the digital space and allow businesses that run with technology to flourish. And I thought that that was the opportunity that I needed. So Ginger is basically a section of the service that we do where in a situation where a patient is unable to come into the building or have a relative who he wants us to see but cannot come in physically, they make requests on an online platform and we go home to deliver it. And it takes all kinds of forms. Somebody may be sort of, in a corporate office, not feeling very well and doesn't really have the time to come out. We will go out to deliver the service to them either at home or in the office.
Currently, we have about 50 doctors. We have about 35 in Accra, 15 in Kumasi, and then a few in Takrady. Now, we have a team of nurses, and then a team of pharmacists, and then a team of laboratory medical scientists as well. So there's a team that handles the Ginger request that comes.
So we have clients from the US who have parents at home that ask us to go and look after their parents at home. We have folks that live in Accra and have their parents in Koforidua, in Kumasi, that again will ask us to go and see their parents at home, and we send nurses and doctors, sometimes specialists, to go and visit them at home. That really provides convenience for people so that they can focus on their productive work that they are doing. And it generally just engenders better access and convenience for the Ghanaian citizen.
When a request comes, we process it at the call center. We get to the client, take details, and based on the special request that comes, we make arrangements for services to be provided. It's basically general consultation, specialist consultations, physiotherapy, medication delivery, laboratory requests, COVID test, traveling test, and then general medical checkup.
Once we are fully registered with GIPC, if we need to bring in equipment and other working tools for the hospital, we do get exemptions. So the registration process is something that is important to us, and we are keen to complete it to benefit from these exemptions that the GIPC provide. We're going to bring in quite a few experts to provide different kinds of technical care. And for that, again, we know that GIPC also provides some assistance. So after being out of the country for 25 years, practicing medicine, I'm back in the country, and we've set up Britannia Medical Center to grow and provide care in Ghana. Our plan is to grow in Ghana and to grow with Ghana.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to every one of you that came out today. I know you're busy enjoying the lunch right now. Anybody that got their food out there that's still in the hallway, please feel free to come back, have a seat, and mingle. With the business-to-business network session now. It's your time to get to know somebody. But right now, I have some information. Diaspora Investment Summit is also happening tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back tomorrow. You'll get a chance to hear the Honorable Kwadwo Oppong Nkrumah again. You get a chance to meet the CEO of Ghana Exim Bank, Mr. Lawrence Ajinsam. We also have the CEO from the Ghana Free Zone Authority, as well as the executive chairman from the KGL Group. The Minister of Communications and Digitalization will also be speaking tomorrow, so please make sure you are here, because we will also have the diaspora experience of some Canadians, Ghanaian Canadians, and other individuals who have gone to Ghana and have successfully executed setting up a business, their success stories, their struggles, and you can have questions with them as well. This will be your chance to network on the last day. So please, please do make your way down here tomorrow. We hope that you had an amazing, amazing session. But before we go, ladies and gentlemen, I would like for the following vendors that are out there, please, please do make your way to see Samuel. JK Management Consulting Services, Peregrino Properties, Association of Ghana Industries, Frank Anim Danso Motors, Fruit Brothers Ghana Limited, MTV Marketing, Hexagram Limited, IT Consortium, Golden Leaves Ghana Limited, EDC Investments Limited, CH Group, Brampton Board of Trade, the Toronto Board of Trade, One Touch Home Health Care and Skills Trading Inc., Plentify Business to Business Marketplace, RBC Bank, CIBC Bank, BDC Bank, Federation of Africa Canada Economies, which is FACE, Procurement Assistance Canada, PAC, CASA Foundation, Afrocan Supermarket, Easywell Oil Producing, which is in Brampton, In and Out Car Wash Hub, which is also in Brampton, Black Founders Network, Exim Promotion Inc. We want to thank all these businesses that supported this amazing, amazing diaspora investment promotion. And God bless you all for taking the time to be here, to support Ghana, to support the network between Ghana and Canada. There's leverage and room for and opportunities for all of us to invest in Ghana. Make sure, as friends of Ghana and as citizens of Canada and the people from the diaspora, we look forward to coming back home. This December, we know a lot of you are going back home. As you go, look for opportunities to support Ghana, not only with your money, also with your skills, also with your knowledge. Make sure that you go and support the motherland. We thank each and every one of you for being here. Once again, thank you to the GIPC, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, for this wonderful opportunity. I go by the name MC Afro, proudly called Kwadwo Berema Bonsu, my Ghana name. I'm a proud Ghanaian, and I thank you for being here with us. God bless you.